Wapi makofi yao tafadhali? Asante kwa wale ambao mnapiga makofi. Kuna wale ambao mnajua ni wimbo gani wao wanacheza, na kama hujui brass band mtarudia, si ndio? Watu wajienjoy. Kwa wale ambao mmewasili tunawakaribisha zaidi, and we like to recognize other partners who joined us kindly. The Kenya National Association of Probation Officers, the national chair is here with us, Mr. Samuel Agalo. Kimitei, you're welcome. Strathmore University, Teresia Maina and Luis Boralo, karibu sana. Our section heads from the department's headquarters, it will be so embarrassing ujipate kwa media.
Yes. Nuru katika Bwana iangaze. kuwashia taa waweze kuona mbele na mwanga wao uonekane kote 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 kote. Yes. kubadilika na kuwa kiungo muhimu katika jamii yetu ya Kenya. Hakika hizo ni ishara za mkono wa Bwana. Yes. Yes. Kweli panapo mkono wa Bwana pana mapendo ya ajabu sana. Na sisi zote tuzunguke kuona mkono wa Bwana.
Kwaya tuwapigie makofi. Asanteni sana, and mnaweza kiti chini. Next we are inviting the heavy duty band. We are at the Correctional Service Conference celebrating. There's a lot of music, but very few people are dancing. Hopefully we'll have a session where we can be able to dance, for a celebration is not a celebration without dance. Heavy duty tupatie kibao kingojea kidogo ili tuweze kuanza mikakati yetu ya leo. Karibuni.
Emana indio
Department of Correctional Services, Madam Salome Mohia-Biako. We may be seated. I will invite Assistant Commissioner of Prisons, Madam Kio, to open for us a session with a prayer now that we are all gathered and the main guest has arrived.
Good morning all. Let us pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, you who never tires because of us calling you and praying to you, we thank you so much because of the meeting that is here all this morning. We commit it, dear Lord, into your care and pray that you would begin with us. Thank you because of bringing our Madam PS and all other leaders Wednesday. Father, you have been with us. It has been 3 great days, O God, of Correctional Service Week, when we have come to see what we do and enjoy it, Father, even as we pride in it because of you. So, dear Lord, on this last day, the 3rd day of this, Father, event, we commit it into your care. As we begin, we pray that you would begin with us. We pray that you take charge of this place, dear Lord. We pray that you give us your comfort in this place, Father, that we shall remain comfortable, that we shall be able, God, to participate and learn as much as we can, even as we have come to the close of this last day. Father, we pray that you would start with us and with us and give us your protection in this place. We pray that you would forgive us our sins, because we know that sin will separate us from your goodness. Cleanse us with the blood of Jesus, make us right with you this morning. We rest in your goodness, Father, even as we begin. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen.
Thank you, Madam Kio, for that prayer. Just as we said in, we're requesting the prison brass band to pray for us a very brief piece as the moderator's sentence. And we will then invite, I will invite my colleague here after to invite the panelists for us to start the main session. Karibuni.
Amjambo. Amjambo. Kindly give the brass band a round of applause. Sio sana na makofi, wapigie makofi tafadhali. Wanafanya kazi nzuri. And I'd like you to greet your neighbor. Salimia kijana, sio mimi. Umwangalie uso. Na umkumbushe. Yeye ndio sema mwongeze sema. Sasa umkumbushe smile kamera ikipita. Asijikite mahali amekasirika na uone smile. Smile kabisa kamera ikipita. Thank you so much. At this moment, I'd like to invite our panelists. And the ushers tafadhali mtaonesha mahali pa kuelekea as they take the podium. The chair, Kepsa Security Sector Board, Madam Annette Kinitei. Asante sana. The Director, Faraja Foundation, representing the Executive Director, Madam Mary Kaimba. Chandana Foundation, Mr. Vincent Chandana. The Commissioner General of Prisons, Brigadier General the Acting Secretary, Probation and Care Services, Dr. Correctional. The Country Director, Justice Defenders, Madam Miriam. The Program Manager, Role 111 Institute, Madam Damaris, China. The Legal Resources Foundation, Lenson Jojo. I'd like to call upon my colleague who will in turn invite the Director today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I now request everybody to be upstanding. And help me now to welcome the moderator of the panel discussion on strengthening partnership and collaboration in correctional management for effective community safety. Our Principal Secretary, Madam Salome Muhia Bianco. Makofi. We remain upstanding as the moderator and the panelists take their seats. And now I request you all to take your seats. Over to you, the moderator.
Commissioner General, Secretary Probation and Care, all country directors of various organizations and status, regional commanders, directors at Petroleum Services, regional directors of probation and care, OICs from all over the regions, all our development partners and stakeholders, and all invited guests, good morning. I'm very pleased that you have found time. Sorry, I forgot to also mention the directors from the head of departments and all the staff from headquarters. Thank you very much for this occasion on the closing day of our Correctional Service Week. We are very pleased to have you here on this day, and I have been given the honor to moderate today's session when we discuss about strengthening partnerships and collaborations in corrections management and effective community service. Without much ado, I would like to start by requesting all the panelists to introduce themselves. We could start from my right hand, going to the left side, and they could briefly tell us what their organizations do, so that especially the regional commanders, the regional directors, as well as the OICs have a clear idea of what these organizations do for purposes of networking and for purposes of planning what they can be able to assist in. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam. Yes. My name is Damari Selina. I work with the World Institute of Human Rights and Humanitarian Law. We have been working with the correctional services, both prison and probation, for about over a decade now. We are involved in strengthening the capacity of staff around human rights standards, increasing compliance with international standards, working to design different tools that help the services doing their job in a more professional manner, like risk needs and assessment tools, just to ensure. Thank you very much for having us. Good morning. Yes. My name is Miriam Washira. I work with Justice Defenders. Justice Defenders, we offer legal education and legal services in prisons. We run an education program. Previously, we were running with University of London. We were offering law degrees to both inmates and prison officers. We have about 50 graduates from the program. Currently, we are partnering with Strathmore University. We are offering a certificate course in paralegalism, both to inmates and prison officers. We run legal offices within prisons where our paralegals sit and offer legal services to their fellow inmates. They are supervised by qualified advocates and lawyers. We also have what we call a pro bono scheme for those who cannot be trained by the paralegals to represent themselves in court. We have lawyers within our team who take up those matters, especially for the period, clients, either children or very complex matters. We also do run a file tracing program for those clients who cannot access court because their court files are busy. We do have a program within our organization where we help our clients to trace files so that they can be assisted within the court and they can access justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Christine Omondi, Probation and Aftercare Service. This is the department within the State Department for Correctional Services that has the sole mandate to manage non-custodial offenders. We are driven by the motto that offenders can change, so we embrace collaboration with both state and non-state actors. We are located in 141 stations countrywide, and we also have 9 institutions, which provide not only supervision, but rehabilitation, resettlement, and reintegration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. My name is Gregorio. I'm the Commissioner General of Resources. My organization is charged with the responsibility of training offenders that are convicted, and at the same time, we rehabilitate them within the confines, the walls that we contain them. We provide them with rehabilitation programs in collaboration with the people that are accusing in front and others that are not with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Annette Kitty, and by day job, I'm the Managing Director of a company known as Stakeholder, which is a private security company operating in Kenya. I'm here in my official capacity as the chairperson of the KEPSA Security Sector Board. KEPSA is a full Kenya Private Sector Alliance. This is the umbrella body of the private sector in Kenya. We have more than 1 million businesses represented in our membership that are direct members. So a company like Senaka is a direct member. We also have business, what we call BMOs, which are business membership organizations, as well as associations. KEPSA cuts across, besides the million businesses we represent, we also are the representatives of the East African Business Council, so we hold the gateway to East African businesses. And through our partnership with ICC, we also represent over 45 million businesses across the world. How we are structured, I'm sure you're wondering what is the Security Sector Board, is that KEPSA has aligned itself
with different sectors that are government entities. So we have agriculture, we have education, we have tourism, we have manufacturing, and my sector, which is the security sector, which is why I'm here today, works very closely with the national police and looking forward to also partnering with correctional services. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm one of the directors of Correctional. Correctional is a social impact organization that focuses on rehabilitation and reintegration of prisoners. We play a very big role in collaborating with the prison department on how we can improve the welfare of officers who are correctional officers and also empower the inmates with skills. At the same time, make sure that the prisoners are rehabilitated and integrated back into the community. We have moved from more social welfare. We are now focusing on social action. When I mean social action, it's now we are giving social skills to the officers and the inmates to make sure they deal with pressing situations. We have worked with prison department for over 20 years, as we started with Petroleum in the late, and now we are moving on in the direction whereby we want to focus more on reintegrating the inmates so that we don't have recidivism in our community. Remember, we focus on safety and a calm community which comes into context when we make sure that the inmates who live prison are reintegrated properly. So major focus now is in reintegration of inmates. So remember, we are now going to participate more in this so that we make sure that whoever comes out of prison is supported to safely in the community. We are now looking at inmates, people who go out of the community instead of just enjoying staying in prison, enjoying the taxpayers' money, they go back to the community and also become taxpayers. So that is the direction moving on as a writer, and I believe that we are going to work as a team with the other organizations that are here, with the prison department, to achieve that goal.
Good morning. So my name is Vincent Rahman. From Plenary Foundation. I'm getting on behalf of the Plenary and I represent the Director of Justice, who is also with us here. And as Plenary Foundation is one of the oldest foundations in the country, founded in the 1950s. I'm sure you have seen all of which brings us to Chandaria in health, hospitals, education, and other places. But for the sake of this discussion here, is that we began this journey of supporting the prisons as a grand member in 2021. So we launched the first workshop of the Chandaria workshop on prisons, focusing on making protection. The first workshop was launched during the Valentine's Day of February 14th, 2022. Since then, we have invested almost 20 million in the Atlanta business. And why this is because we wanted to scale the area so that when these businesses in the prisons, they have skills, and apart from that, it transfers as a social enterprises. And I'm proud to say that it's one of the most successful factories we have had in the prison, pretty well done. And because of that, because of the Atlanta project, we are scaling, we have taken a citizen workshop in Mary, which we're going to spend around again 10 to 12 million. Again, both in section and the bakery. And then we also be operating in Shibata. So these are some of the projects that we have done at prisons, and I want to mention the main agencies so that when prisons witness and within the prisons will get the skills. But I think the most important thing is monitoring plans so that whatever the net profit that is earned from the workshop is for shared between as a high skill for the union, but also becomes a revolving fund. And that's why I say this was the most successful social enterprise that we have been encountered in the prisons. And it's because of the leadership of the prisons, and it's because of the support of the trustees and the government and the foundation.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Lenson Jojo, our Local Resources Foundation. We have worked with prisons for the last 21 years our core business is prisons and innovative assistance. We have paralegals who work in various prisons. We are right now in 24 counties, and there are many prisons within these counties and also operations in those particular counties. We operate mainly paralegals who are in prisons and others hosted by probation department, and also the lawyers who provide. That is what by going forward. We then realized that prison is a community, and we extended that into the 8 assistant prison officers and probation officers, because they also have a community. Maybe you need a session and you don't know where to go, where to start, and you provide property. So as a community, it's something that has been extended. Secondly, by the virtue that we are the civil society representatives of the National Council, Justice and CJ, we are enriching policy and legislative development of the criminal justice system. And the nexus that we provide is to allow our brothers and sisters who are minors to participate, the constitutional right to participate in the legislative processes, so that their dreams can also be incorporated. Recently, just as a passport for September, the policy guidelines were gazetted. And largely the voices of the prisoners were actually at the NCJ through Legal Resources Foundation. Thirdly, we have what we call the HACPM. This is the very first highly regulated station in Africa that broadcasts legal content on 24/7. We have lawyers, we have air magistrates, probation officers, and the daily containers and video will continue to reach the people who regulate for us to provide people aid and assistance that will be effective for that particular purposes. Thank you very much.
Let's clap for our panelists. Thank you very much, our panelists. Now to the first question. How are stakeholders and partners engaged in improving rehabilitation programs and projects for effective rehabilitation, reintegration, and reformation of the offenders? And now we begin the panelists can answer. All right, let's on.
Okay, thank you. One of the things that we did is the evolution of and the best of it is prisons, probation, and assurance, programs that have gotten recent skills to be able to get back there, probably get into the market. But the first question is, do they know how to engage in opening up? So part of the skill sets and trying to instill in them is a local problem. How do I make that happen? Number two, how do I make that? Number three, I'm going to get into the tendering process. What are the tendering laws that are there for that particular purpose? Contract, how do I be able to come up with a trade contract that is tight enough to take care of my needs? Because through experiences, we have realized that most of them get out there, and they say, oh, and the rest. And I'll give an example. The gentleman who came from the finishing is the term was transferred to education. And there I realized it was the first time to understand that the multi-PTI So by the time that gentleman or papa is opening a company, and when it was very successful in them, was taking automatically and getting a UTI. But guess what? The level of corruption was not citing and protected his interest. So when the business boom he was kicked out of his business. And where did he go back? The whole about RSC. So that is one of the little perspective that we have been trying to about.
Thank you, Madam. Yes. Today we're going to look at the issue of the State Department of Education to be an excellent organization for correctional services. So the reward is correctional. I think that's where we come in. So we looked at terms of procedures and activities of how to system so that at the time they are directed. So just one of the reasons how to make sure that they are directed. And that's just to speak from one point of view. Yes. How do you make sure practically they can engage with formal business companies? So our main focus was keeping these so that by the time they are going out, the integration becomes easy. Because at the end of the day, these are brothers and sisters. And just to summarize the whole integration of the journey, or the way we are back to the prisons, we have put a lot of effort inside the prisons. And after some time, we had a conversation with an educational conference who went to join us as a Atlanta. And I'm glad to say one of the partners here is Correctional Fashions. Correctional Fashions wants to strengthen diversity. There are growth sections to strengthen diversity. So strengthen diversity, I can say, how can we pick up of what gender and education is doing so that we're able to take this conversation out. So as we speak now, strengthen diversity, Correctional Fashion, and KCB Foundation. They will really work on how they can tweak it. A toolkit where whatever we have done in, they're able to take that out so that when these inmates are out, they have a toolkit and the capacity built so that by the time they're out, we have an easier integration process.
Because we believe that unless you understand the issues the organization is going through, it's not possible to address them so that you're able to enable them to achieve their expected end. Remember, one of the key objectives of the prison and service is rehabilitating information and rehabilitation and effective reintegration. So one thing that we do is that we make sure that we make the environment of the prison easy to work in. We have constructed classrooms in many institutions because we realized that they needed a better environment to go to school. We provide psychosocial counseling services. We have renovated counseling areas so that the inmates are in we have improved areas like when we go to institutions, find that the working environment is not conducive, and anybody, if you do not even know what are good conducive working environment, your response to other things you are doing is not good. So I want to make sure that the way of the organization is achieved for the prisoners to be reached and so we work on a big some of the organization we have done, and one aspect that we realize that very important and missing is the issue of empowering the correctional officers to appreciate the fact that they are correctional officers of the community and therefore they need more journey with the inmates. A journey that they understand so that the inmates are able to change when they are acting with the officers themselves. Remember, as partners, we can't go inside and work in there. So we realize that we need to empower the officers themselves to make sure that they reach the officers or immediately rehabilitation. And as partners also, we focus more on rehabilitation. So we have made sure that our inmates who are highly trained and they are able to take care of themselves, we buy them machines. Yeah, so that they are able to go outside there and start their own business. And we have done that to quite a number of inmates. Because we know that if an inmate is supported and is established, is able to take care of his family. We have also provided a lot of support to prisoners who are short-term. Remember, most of them need survival crimes. And survival crime is usually food related. So how do we support them? By giving them some funds for them to start running small businesses, for them to be able to start their life. And that is what we believe that integration is spiritual. That somebody is able to just also say the community. So if they don't stay the community, definitely you go back to prison. And that is what the desire for Farada. Is also and power. As much as this was also the limit, we give them anything that can make a difference in their lives. And that has been our reason, that is our motivation, that is the living guidance. And therefore, we are able to provide some education and education to community.
Thank you very much. Maybe we can go from memories. Yes, thank you, Madam. Yes. I think a critical thing to also think about when we are talking about rehabilitation is how we are able to know which rehabilitation programs to give to the offenders. And so the importance of assessing prisoners cannot be overemphasized when we are talking about rehabilitation. So from 2015, working with the Swedish Prisons and Probation Service, we designed tools to assist the services identify the risk factors that bring people to prison and the needs that they have. Because in the whole cycle of imprisonment, obviously what the services is doing is to assist this person not to receive it. And that can only be achieved by applying programs that address why they came to prison in the first place. So we have to, at the back of my mind, always look at the causal factors, the root factors, the push factors that drive people to prison, and then design programs that address whatever brought people into prison in the first place. So we have designed together with the Swedish probation prisons in Kenya such tools that are scientific, that are able to support and help the officers identify for real why people commit this kind of crime, and most importantly, design programs that can address the reasons they offended. Thank you. Thank you. I think for us, we think the most important thing that an inmate is justice. And for rehabilitation to happen, they need to know that they are actually in prison for the right reason, and that their minds are settled, and that's what we can come in. And we are seeing that for the prisons we are in, the inmates are more settled because they have somebody guiding them in their legal matters, working with them. So they are able to concentrate on other rehabilitation programs. We also do what we call legal training. This is we take the paralegals that have worked in prison when they are released, and we put them through 1 year program where we want to bring them back to the job market, especially in the legal sector. We discovered that the first cohort we employed had a bit of issues, especially in the offices and in the job market. So we started the legal training program, which has been very successful. I'm happy to say that actually part of my staffing, 13 of them are ex-prisoners who are now offering legal services within our community, and some are actually working within prisons. The other rehabilitation that we do is through education. So for those who are taking the low degrees, we know they require a lot of discipline for you to be able to study and pass your exams. but also it keeps them busy and occupied, and they're able to pass this information to other people or other inmates that they work with. So we work with them to help even to congest the prison, because once people come into prison, they're able to know how to navigate the whole system, then they're able to leave the prisons in good time. So that is how we contribute to the rehabilitation of inmates. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to ask the next two questions. To direct the next two questions to Annette. How have collaboration and partnerships improved the general condition in the correctional services? And number two, how do stakeholders and partners contribute to crime reduction?
Thank you very much, Madam PS. So let me start with the last question before we come to thereafter, after crime has been committed. So private sector, of course, provides employment, and as we've heard from one of our colleagues, is that some people engage in crime because there's absolutely no other means. So most of the employment you find, other than government and a few in civil sector, in civil society, we create employment for millions and millions, and this is across many sectors. Now, our big goal is to be able to move not just from creating employment to also creating gainful employment, because we have many people, yes, having jobs, but are they meaningful? Are they able to help them survive in Nairobi, to be able to pay rent and fees and all that? Other than that, we also, I'll give an example of what we do at the KEPSA Security Sector Board. So KEPSA Security Sector Board, number one, is very active in legislation, legal and policy reforms. And I believe at the beginning of this year, when we had the task force by Honorable CJ on police and prisons reforms, I was actually one of the presenters on what would be our views in terms of police and prisons reforms, other than, of course, the improvement of salaries, the improvement in the terms and conditions of employment, places of living. We want to see more climate change, including also the correctional services. So there's a legal and reform part, and I must appreciate, really must appreciate, I'm extremely humbled to be here with you today. I don't think private sector has been involved a lot with the activities of the State Department. As I said earlier, we interact a lot with the police, but not a lot with prisons and correctional services.
And I think today is a great start to a great journey following up with the reforms. In terms of crime prevention, number one is, I've mentioned employment. We also offer entrepreneurship opportunities. So now many people assume that KEPSA is very big, it is for the multinationals. You would be surprised to find that we house some of the biggest micro, small and medium enterprises. They do a highly association of our members. We actually have a small sector board that focuses on not just small, medium and medium enterprises, but the micro. The micro is the one who today can say, I want to start selling an egg. And they need skills. So what does KEPSA do? Number one is we have programs where we do incubation, SME incubation programs. Because, and as I mentioned on Monday when I was against it in this panel, most businesses don't see their fifth birthdays in Kenya. They don't really reach that point. And some of them are just, what he had mentioned, they are not aware of the laws that are required, some of the business permits that are required. So business incubation includes training you on your financial literacy skills, on your legal skills, on your digital literacy, how to access markets, providing networks, and the likes. Again, we also do what is called business coaching and mentorship. Sometimes, the world of entrepreneurship is very lonely and very scary for many people who have not engaged in it. So what we are able to do, like for me, I'm an SME mentor, which means that I work with people from various sectors for a duration, just guiding them, getting the Q&A
on such areas. And I think these are opportunities, Madam PS, that we can now be able to explore. Is it that somebody needs employment? We provide internship opportunities. Is it that they need, what I mentioned earlier, we do the Ajira program, which is now again to give digital jobs where you can be in your sitting room, you can be in your bedroom, but as long as you have a gadget, there are many jobs that you can do across the world, and salaries range from around 20,000 and above. Is it that you need, you have products or services like the beautiful things we've seen out there, we are also able to introduce you to vendors. But I must admit, we've not had a very deliberate plan, a very deliberate program as to how private sector will engage. And as you become heard of the Chandaria Foundation, you know that these are some of our partners. Manu Chandaria is actually one of the founders and trustees of KEPSA. You've heard of KCP Foundation. So I'm even looking at the opportunities we still have in being able to tap into these organizations. Most of our corporate entities not only have the business side, they have the foundation side. But right now, what we lack is information. We don't know you, you don't know us. I think I mentioned that. And then the second thing we lack is we have a lot of mistrust based on stigma and stereotyping. And I know we need to work on that because as private sector, kisia mtu alikuwa mfungwa, story imeishia hapo. How do you engage with us? I love what I heard on Monday from the reformed inmates and what they are doing. If we can hear more of those success stories, if we can find a pool where we know that if we come to you, this is where they are based, these are the businesses they are doing, these are the services they can offer private sector, then we can be able to tap into that pool, because it becomes very difficult for me to say, natafuta kusaidia the reformed, reformed criminals, and look, where do I find them? So I think these are really critical areas that we can be able to partner with the state department.
Dr. Obondi, I'd like you to answer the second question. In your view, how have these collaborations improved the general conditions in the correctional services?
Thank you very much, Madam. Yes, the collaborations that we have had from both state and non-state actors indeed has contributed to the general condition in correctional services. I want to answer this from three perspectives. I want to start with offender management. That in offender management, they've only complemented the development of assessment tools so that we are able to classify our offenders across board and therefore give individualized and tailor-made interventions that address what we call in legal terms criminogenic needs, what my colleagues say that the push factors, so that we arrest citizens. They also have empowered our offenders in offender management to be able to carry on after they leave prisons. That is from the offender management perspective. Now, legally, they have been able to support us in policy development and the development and review of working and operational tools for offenders and for our services. In particular, I want to mention that they have been very critical in the development of management tools like standard operating procedures. They've been also critical in developing new strategies like community probation volunteers, so that we are able to reach out and complement each other in the field. So they have also contributed to capacity building in terms of knowledge and skills. Administratively, our collaborators have been able to support us in strategic leadership development for our organization. This ensures that succession is put in place and prepares the officers for career progression. In a nutshell, I want to say that even the monitoring and evaluation of the contribution has been developed through a collaborative network. Thank you.
Commissioner, do you think the stakeholders and partners contribute to crime reduction?
Thank you, Madam. Yes, indeed, they do. they do contribute to crime reduction in the sense that the kind of programs they support us to offer to inmates goes a long way in empowering the inmates and that at their point of exit from prison, they go back and engage themselves in useful work to support themselves. And that way, they will not go back into the act of committing crime.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. This question I'll direct to Mr. Vincent. What is the experience of the correctional service conditions before the open door policy and after? And thereafter I will want Miriam to answer that because I know to also make a contribution because I know you worked in the sector for a very long time.
Thank you very much. Yes. I think before we start this program on prison, I remember one of the first things that we did when we started this co-create program because there was some co-create also. Even the industry was involved in co-create this program. I remember the first conversation was, yes, we want this program, we use this program to make a social crisis. But the conversation was how to run a social crisis program. But through our conversation, they actually say that through the leadership of the prison, from the PS to conditioning, everything ran smoothly. It's very interesting that the account of that workshop is an independent account which is not a welfare account. An account that has been organized specifically for the workshop, where it's easier to monitor because usually the learning is a massive. You can be able to see the sales, the revenues, and the income that comes and so. So I've seen that judgment from where you discuss, we have things that comes here, and then the idea is expressed. I think that is one of the successes that we have seen. Yes. I remember the conversation before the CG held in terms of opening the account. Because the idea was that we put this one at the possible to do the account. But through the leadership is so we have seen growth. And through that, I think that's why even corporates are coming on board. Corporates, cases, platforms, now because they say about it. They came here because of what generation was able to. So this idea was to open up the space for others to see this was something that that's quite about this when we were starting, we were very intentional. One of the main problems was consolidation. Because we realized yes, Tanzania could put up infrastructure. But who can be able to in terms of marketing? Who will help in terms of quality control? Because the machines that Coalition bought or commercial machines that can be able to compete with the outlet. Because no one is going to buy bread because this bread is not. If that bread is sourced out, bread that compete with any other commercial bread outside. So we have seen this growth, and I think for us, we feel so a lot of joy when we see more partners seeing whatever they're able to do and kind of
Miriam. Thank you. I want to say the open door policy, what it did, it humanized prisons. And prisons were no longer a hidden place or a secret place. The public is now more aware of what happens within our prisons, what is happening within the sector, which means that more people are able to come in and partner, more people are able to come in and support
they are relatively quite prisons because they can now visit prisoners, and in most prisons it's very conducive environment for the visits, like the family visits that are happening. Parents, even the extended parental visits has really humanized prisons. As Justice Inspectors, we work in 3 countries, Kenya, Uganda, and Gambia, but all our partners are made by how progressive the Kenya prison services are.
They cannot believe some of the things that the prisons are able to do, and also the things that, for instance, they have given us support with. For instance, when COVID came, we actually thought work would be shut down because we can no longer visit prison and so on. But the Kenyan prison was very progressive and quickly adopted digital way of doing things, including the digital course, which ensured that the inmates continue to receive physical services, to receive, to know that their matters are still going on. And so I would say the open door policy is a great difference before and now after. And keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next question is, what motivated you to partner with the correctional services? Maybe you can start with the memories and then go to the lessons.
Thank you. As I mentioned, the Rwanda Institute is an international organization that is actually named after a gentleman called Ron Wallenberg, who is celebrated for saving thousands and thousands of Jews during the World War II. That's the history of our organization. So we have a deep commitment to respect of human rights, seeing a just society, and believing in line also with the motto of facts that offenders can change. So what has committed us on this journey for so long is our deep commitment to, of course, human rights, humanizing people, just basically treating people like people. Yeah? And that is why we have been doing this for a long time. Thank you. And of course, compassion is also very important.
Thank you. Yes. Our biggest motivation from motivation is justice for the vulnerable and in 2003, when I started the project Kenya project, we had the slogan that we used to say, kama ni mbaya msaidie, jua kweli amekosea. So that's rehabilitated and come back as a better person of society. And that contributes to the whole society cure. But if this person has committed offense, then next time they will be able to make a just journey safely, and we will be able to have an acquittal for that particular purpose. So like the motivation to ensure that CSC of law contribute to national treaty, part 1, and at the same time ensure that there is still because you understand the economic impact, especially against the trade and likely the 2% of the people who actually very hard. And also continue what one of the things we have recently partnered with prisons, the National Counterterrorism Agency and the Global Center for Security to ensure that to train officers on matters to do the prevention of and that will give us the motivation and the program is also dedicated or dedicated to the inmates themselves. The reality of our country, radicalization is a main thing in mass arrest. It still continues to be motivated.
Thank you, Lenny. The next question is very close to my heart because I have visited quite a number of prisons and probation offices, and I have noticed the disparity in terms of how the stations, the condition of the stations are, depending on the location. And one of the organizations that has been very consistent in terms of providing equity of performance is Faraja Foundation. And perhaps maybe they could be able to interrogate this question. We have noticed that most partners are working with prisons and probation stations in urban settlements. how can we work together to ensure that the voice of our partners are felt in all stations? And I would encourage you to draw from your experiences, because I have seen your footprints in practically all the prison stations that are visited. Okay, Madam, yes, we also started within Nairobi, but within time we realized that we have overcrowding ourselves in areas that are getting support from others and living in the areas that are neglected. Because of our passion to support each and every person, and more so those who are more vulnerable, like those places outside Nairobi, we decided to disengage ourselves from Nairobi to the institutions outside Nairobi. So we felt like, what can we do different? Because every time we were looking at it and saying, okay, we are getting the services. Why go to the latter, provide the same service where somebody else is already doing it? So that is what guided us. We kept on looking at the institutions and saying, here we have people who are already here. Can we move to another institution that is not being supported? So what drove us is the issue of getting to learn from other, getting to understand other institutions, how they are, and then coming out and saying, we can go to Rotua, because those were actually implemented. We can go to maybe Garissa. Garissa has been implemented. So what drove us is the interest of reaching every individual, because everybody needs these services. So we kind of overcrowd. In fact, most of the time when we engage with our other partners, we tell them, what is it about Nairobi? Why don't you go outside there? There are people who are really in need of your services. Because we felt when we go to an organization and we're providing a service, and those people are so grateful, and they feel like you have moved them from the ditch to the where they are, they feel comfortable, then we feel we are reaching our passion. Because we want to address other people's needs. And we only go where we feel the need is really wanting, areas that are wanting. So we interrogate the institutions, move away from where we know people are weak, and then go to other areas where we can say, nobody has been there. I remember there's a time we went to training in an institution, is it institution or somewhere? And the officers were feeling like, who are these people that have remembered us? It's like even that time, the commissioner had not gone there himself. So we felt like we are really reaching these people. So the issue here is just making sure that you identify the areas that people are really in need. So work with need. Don't work because the services because you are giving a service. Are you addressing a need? And if you are not addressing a need, then don't do it. So that is what guides Character. Reaching people with their needs and making sure you research them and address them and support them and provide them what they really require. And that is what has made us here. And we believe that we are going to do more. God gives us time. Thank you very much, Ray. And this is very important, and I'm sure you noticed. I keep looking to my right to the OICs, because for me it is very, very, very important that we plug into this. And I'm encouraging our development partners, spread out so that there is equity in your operations. Your operations are equitably distributed to all the prisons and all the probation offices, because some of them are very far-flung. And sometimes, even as government, whereas we have the best of intentions, we cannot do as much as you do. And whatever you do, no matter how small it may look, it is very, very important. And in line with what Mary has said, I think KEPSA will play a very, very important role. One of the goals in my office that we want to implement is to create a database of all the skills of our offenders, so that we can link them up with, say, KEPSA, and I'm very, very happy that you're present, so that we link them up with KEPSA, so that through KEPSA they can get employment. We link them up with potential employers through KEPSA. And if this is done throughout the country, in all the stations, and I think the regional commanders and regional directors, you have a very important role to play in this. Then we could create jobs. We could help people become entrepreneurs. We could have incubators. And that is where also universities like Strathmore, like DESAS come in to help in building up. And you see the important role that is being played through networking and collaboration. Organized network and organized collaboration. With this in mind, I'll go to the next question. We have 135 prison stations and 140 probation stations. In your view, Miriam, how can we work together to ensure support is equitably distributed? And Dr. Bondi, I would like you to also contribute from the perspective of the government. Thank you, Madam PS, for that question. I think we need a lot of coordination from the department itself. I think that is the only way we have some equitable distribution, where you have a database of the stations. For instance, maybe let me speak of where I work within the paralegals. Sometimes I'm not sure which station has no paralegals and which one has. So you will find two organizations or even three offering paralegal in the same station, yet there are others without. So a lot of coordination by the Department of Partnership, giving direction, and maybe just bringing together, saying this is a list of where we want you to go next, because it will help us even in fundraising. Because if I am approaching a partner to support my work, if I have a list from prison saying this is where the need is, even if they wanted to go somewhere else, I'll be able to say, sorry, prison says that is already supported, so you need to go to this area. So I think what we need is a lot of coordination from the department, so that we know where the need is, but also that we are not overcrowding in the same stations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam PS. Picking up from where William has left, this is work in progress, and this particularly is the major great stakeholders. Why are we here? That is the question. And the answer has been provided. Perhaps to round it up is the fact that we are now mapping out who our stakeholders are. So that we not only have a database of who our stakeholders are and where they are, we are also looking up to determining what is their area of interest. And what is the area of interest of the correctional services? Is there a nexus? And if there is, therefore, what kind of strategies are we going to put in place to ensure that there are no overlaps, there is no duplication? And when it is centralized, Madam PS, in your office, then we are able to communicate, in particular have a communication strategy on stakeholder engagement, so that all the stations, all the 135 stations, prison stations, and 140 probation stations are aware where they can tap. So when it is coordinated from the headquarters, then there is uniformity of approach. We do not now have standards compromise. And once there is uniformity of approach, part of the engagement process is having a monitoring and evaluation framework, particularly to look at stakeholder engagement, so that we sustain gains, we share successes, and improve in areas of want. And Madam PS, this is the major great step that we have taken towards that. And our stakeholders, indeed, it is exciting to know that this will go beyond us to improve correctional services and make us an excellent service. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Christine. Commissioner, perhaps your thoughts on this, how we can work together?
Thank you, Madam Please. Working together will involve all of us coming together and sitting together, deliberate on each and everyone's capability and capacity. So we can have a round table meeting with all the partners and collaborators, such that we get to understand what each of them can do to us. What's their capability? Which areas do they think they can reach? Because they all have different muscles in the service delivery in their areas of offer. So my main take is that we have a round table meeting with all of them, have a very honest discussion on how to work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. That is very invaluable. And in fact, I think Faraja Foundation has been ahead of us in very visionary thinking in this area. And I'm happy to report that I think at the beginning of next year, Faraja Foundation has gladly agreed to sponsor a roundtable meeting between our department and all the partners, because I do like that idea of us collating and collecting all the partners and identifying their skills, their location, their areas of specialization, so that we avoid this duplication, and especially to distribute the work that they are doing. And I'm particularly happy also with the work that Justice Defenders you have been doing. I've been visiting a number of prisons that I have visited. I have seen the outcomes and they are very, very, very encouraging. Especially when I see the number of people who graduated from law. I'm not being biased, but I'm very pleased with that kind of work. Perhaps you could hear your thoughts, Lenson.
Sorry, Madam PS, I thought around. Okay, great. Thanks. For us, we remain committed around empowering the inmates to be able to walk through the justice journeys. And
maybe let me just, sorry to interrupt, how we can ensure support is equally distributed, because that is one of the main challenges we are facing.
Okay, thanks. Well put by the earlier speakers. The question of roundtable and coordination within the headquarters would be great. But then thirdly, also I think is for the department, look at prisons and probation to be able also to share back with us what are the prerequisite needs. Because sometimes when we are aiming to support you, sometimes we write proposals without knowing the real needs of the institution. It's for me, speaking with some of the probation officers, that I realized that case committees are greatly underfunded within the probation and aftercare services. That then motivates us as an institution to be able to write relevant and impactful proposals. So that feedback really helps us to be able to help the correction services. Basically the needs of the departments.
I think rightly put, Madam PS, it's about looking at the strength of each organization, and to ask the strength. I remember there's a time we had a meeting with the PS Modoni, and one of the things, the focus was, how do you make sure so that we don't have a lot of effort being put in one particular place? And that's why I think that informed us even to move to Meru, because we realized now, how do we go to other places? And I went for the first time where Langata, I used to hear that Langata is a 5-star. And indeed, it's true. When I went to Meru, I found a totally different perspective. Very small. And I'm glad is that one of the things that we had a conversation with the KCP Foundation, with the foundation manager, said yes, let's move, as we move to Meru, let's move with some of these partners. So as we move, and one of the things we are also very Because every place will move with 3-4 others. Because one of our strength is infrastructure. We put up the infrastructure, but now we need other partners to do different roles. And I'm glad now from Meru, we're in Shimolatewa. So I think that distribution becomes clear because not all these prisons are the same. Then we are able to support, because like one of the interesting conversation as we are going to Meru, whatever we are put up in Anat was more of a clothing section, but less. But now when you went to Meru, we said, Officer Jack said, can you do more sweaters? The clothing section. You see, as you move around, you find the need of that particular place is very unique. I'm discussing with Madam Oyugi of Shimolatewa. Her needs of Mombasa is different from the needs of Meru, is different from the needs of Langata. And you learn the whole process, the co-creation, you learn, and it becomes a win-win. Thank you, Madam. Yes.
Thank you, Vincent. And I like that idea. Closer collaboration with OICs and the regional commanders and directors and the directorate at head office will help us be able to see what the priority areas are so that we do not, so to speak, push down our ideas down the throats of the OICs and their stations. And perhaps OICs, I'd like you to step up your game in your asks. What do you need? And sometimes write to us at the head office. You need training in this area. When we finish creating the database of partners and what their specializations are, and after the roundtable meeting that we shall have with them, then we will be able to coordinate properly the areas of collaborations that are relevant to your particular stations. That way we have more effectiveness in the way we deal with this. But I'd like to hear your thoughts on this, Damaris.
Sure, thank you, Madam. I think I'll just agree, or I want to associate myself with the earlier speakers. We have to begin with the mapping out, as Madam Christine correctly put it, because we've had this sort of engagement, I think, with the former PS and even the former PS, trying to map out who are the partners. But then after mapping out, how do we move forward? I think there are many areas that, there are many different niche that partners can identify. When I look at us seated here, I know we are known for being trainers in Mandela Rules, Bangkok, Havana, ETC. When I look at Lenson, we know what they do. When I look at Justice Defenders, so we know what each partner does. So I think it's important to also have some sort of specialization or sub-specialization, because also at times we shouldn't be driven by the organizations we work for, but of course the need of the departments. So I'm thinking also having that sort of a steering committee at a high level that is responsible really for coordinating, and a committee that is on top of it. It knows even this week, these people are doing this, they're in Kakamega, they are wherever, yeah? So at a high level, having some sort of a steering committee that is able to coordinate the partners, because in this space there's also very limited resources. So we really have to make sure that we achieve the most results with the resources we have, and that can't be achieved if we are all doing the same thing, and in most cases even in the same prison. Then perhaps I'm wondering if it would be feasible to have some sort of a joint action plan. I don't know, maybe just something to think about, because it's easier for MND, for us as partners and even the State Department. It's easy when we have one thing we are all looking at, and it's easy to trace, to look at what results have been achieved, and then we're able to discuss that to see what challenges we are experiencing in the field, and then get support from the department. Thank you.
Thank you, Damaris. And I think once we are better organized, it means we will upskill our inmates more, and we will empower them a lot more. And that is where KEPSA, you will be able to come in. And I think it will be very helpful. You tell us, how can we coordinate better so that we plug into your 1 million employers, because one of the key things that this State Department moving forward must do is to be an enabler for job creation, both for our inmates and maybe even for our staff's children, because in the State Department we have 135 schools for the staff's children, and perhaps those children will one day require your services to get employment. So perhaps you could comment on this so that we are more effective in the way we enable all the stakeholders to get jobs.
Thank you, and I absolutely appreciate and actually stretch the hand for us to be able to partner more deliberately. I think what we've been doing is very passive, and just based on the conversations around this week and actually this year of correction services, this is a call to action, and I would say even as soon as next week, why don't we sit down? Number one is, as Commissioner had said, let's have a meeting, because what is our biggest problem as private sector is that we don't know prisons and we don't know correction services. We do not know what you offer. So in that light, you remain there, we remain there. And you know we have our own many problems. So when we focus on that, your problems also become forgotten. So let's have that roundtable with our KEPSA leadership and your leadership. Sit down and look at the opportunities. I'd love to learn from what has worked and not worked from our stakeholders, and it's been incredible because you people are 5-10 years ahead of us. And I would like to hear what worked and didn't work so that we don't replicate the mistakes. Then we can be able to align opportunities, and this is what we do with other state departments, ministries, and agencies, where we look at what would be our short-term, important short-term win for private sector is to create that trust. It's not easy, but it's doable. You've done it with other entities, and we are there, the employers, we are there, vendors to do our uniforms, vendors to supply our water, vendors to, so many things. So how do we address this issue of trust? I believe is, number one, is opening the doors. I know you have an open door for Kenyans, but have we private sector? I'd love to hear what Carol Kinoti is doing. I'd love our private sector members to hear and see what Dr. Manu is doing, because when I hear this name Strathmore, sector member has done it and they are successful, and I know Dr. Manu, it's very easy for the other organizations to open up their doors. I would also love to listen to those who are already inmates and what they are doing, and the programs that are running, as well as those who have come out and the challenges they've faced. So if we can plan that for early next year, Q1, would be great. And then out of that, we'd also want to guide you on employability, because again, we've seen the education system sometimes preparing people who might not serve the private sector's interests. So we really use a lot of time, again, training and retraining, just to be able to get the right person to work for us. Why not cut that time short by also having us visiting your schools, as you've mentioned, visiting some of these programs that you're doing, to really come and say, as an employer, you might think that I need a Carl Pearson's formula. No, this is what I want. I want somebody who can come to work on time. I want somebody who, when they come to work, they are clean. I want when you come to ask, for a job, your CV is done this way. I'd love that when you have a problem, you address it this way. You know, some of these basic skills are what is already missing from the big youth bulge population that we are having, that has really created a big problem with employment. So we might be thinking, oh, we need digital literacy skills, and those ones we have, but in the short term, what would be the short-term wins? And then that database, as Madam PS you mentioned, would be critical. We have a very big campaign in KEPSA for diversity, and you'd be surprised. This is something we started less than 7 years ago,
at our diversity agenda, where we wanted to see, for example, more women on boards, more youth on boards. Now our big focus is on persons with disabilities. I would love to expand that bracket to have reformed citizens. And ask our employers, ask our private sector members, have you been able to hire one? Number one, have you ever visited a prison? Number two, because unajua there's that mentality of niawale, have you visited? Number two, have you supported? Number three, have you gone to the schools, Madam P.S. you mentioned, and given a talk, encourage the children as they are doing exams, given them the basic skills they need, and then come back and now say, this would be the other opportunities we need inside. So there are some quick wins. Those for me would be very short term, and then the medium term ones would be, or even the long term ones. Is KEPSA is very, very strong on policy and legislation. We've participated in so many laws. My sector board alone, I think we've done a total of almost 11 laws. Those that we wish amended, improved, and all that. And that's why we were very glad to be part of the police and prisons reforms conversation. So some of these things, we also have that muscle. So if we want, if there's a law you feel needs to be amended or improved, and our voice as private sector, as consumers, needs to be heard, we also come in. And then, as I mentioned earlier, is looking at the foundations. There are so many foundations. Manu Chadaria has gone there, KCB has gone there. Do you know there's Equity Foundation? There are so many foundations, and they are looking for incredible things to do with you. And I think because we are not aware, again, we divert our money to other things. I would love to see, because we are also in the program of 1 billion trees. KEPSA planting 1 billion trees. And you're doing incredible work with trees. Why not get these trees from you? So I believe there's that roundtable, that meeting will really open up many opportunities.
Thank you very much, Annette. And that is really, really, really encouraging. One of the key things we have in the State Department is enterprises and farms. And the products you see out there are from those funds, the farms and the enterprises. And one of the goals, as well as this water we are drinking here, we manufacture a lot of things. We produce this water, we produce the furniture out there. We are now embarking in development of potato seed. We have our own mill, we have a rice mill, we have a maize mill, and we have many other things. And I would like us to work very closely with KEPSA to see how we can modernize our farms and modernize our workshops, so as to increase production and in turn to increase also the marketing bit, because I think one of our challenges is marketing of our products. And this collaboration, which I am going to actively encourage and spearhead and lead from the front, can increase our production 5-fold, 10-fold, so as by extension we create employment, because this is one of the key goals of this government, to plug into the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. And therefore, I'm very happy with your proposals. I will take it to heart, and my team and I. My next question is, most partners working to support correctional services have similar goals and visions. This has sometimes led to duplication of support given. How can we work together to ensure that the efforts are not duplicated? And I will ask Mary to.
Madam PS, I would like to say that why Faraja has offered to organize the come together of partners is due to the duplication of services. We've realized that we do so many things which other people are doing in one institution, and that does not help us achieve the desired goal of the institution and also our desire as the people planning for the programs. So I want to say that the dream that Faraja has, and we have been thinking about this thing for quite some time. I remember we thought about it some time back, where we were thinking of bringing the stakeholders together. We organize, we identify ourselves, we say, what do you do? What is it that we can share in common? Where are you performing? What is it that where else can you go? So that you don't go where I'm going. Yeah? And that way, Madam PS, we shall be able to spread our services. Actually, the spread will come from what we are planning to do. The issue of sharing, coming together to identify who is who, where they are doing, whatever they are doing, where they are coming from. You find that there are organizations who are coming from Kakamega, but now instead of doing the work in Kakamega, they'll come to Nairobi. So how can we meet and say, okay, can you do the work in Kakamega and let others do it in Nairobi? I want to share an experience that has really drove us for this issue of bringing together partners. We are doing reintegration. We are supporting inmates from all over. Our challenge has been supervision. So we were saying, if we could have Madam PS bringing together these stakeholders, probation being one of them, so instead of us following up an inmate in Hola, we can link up with the probation department in Hola for that probation officer to supervise that person as they process through their reintegration back to the community. So our desire has come from such a shortcomings that it's not possible for one to work alone. We can work together as a team, looking at what we can achieve and the needs of the people that we are addressing. So we have all agreed that actually knowing the need and coming together to partner to do that would be the best thing that we have done. I appreciate that, Madam Yes. I'm so happy about that, and I'm happy that all the stakeholders have agreed that we can come together and support the corrections services, do the best that they can, equitably, all over, so that we have somebody issue of spreading the services.
And I very much associate myself with those sentiments, particularly the idea, that last statement that you have said, we are here to serve. We are not here to self-aggrandize, to get rich, to become famous, to be known for the academic accomplishments we have achieved or the titles we have achieved. We are all here on earth, you and I, to serve. And to think, what legacy can you and I leave? When we have come to the end of our lives, what shall be said of us? And that is very, very important. And that requires visionary thinking. And I will encourage our OICs, because you're the ones in the field, you're the ones who are in direct contact with your inmates, you're in direct contact with your staff. Embrace this. When we have this roundtable meeting, before we have it, we would like to hear your ideas, so that we bring those ideas to the table, so that whatever will be discussed will be relevant. So we do not have a roundtable meeting that does not speak into what you require us to do, what your stations need, what is a priority area. And I would like to hear more of your thoughts on this, Miriam.
I think much has been said about the same on collaboration and the needs for each station, as knowing as partners, but also I'm looking at even a higher level of collaboration. For instance, we have the big donors that come together to do different programs with the departments. I would want to see more input coming from the department rather than having the big donors coming to dictate to us what to do and where to go, because I think that is the other challenge that we have had, where a donor makes a call but says you can only go to Nairobi and this county, but yet the other counties. So just looking at the department working more with the especially the big donors, the USAID, the PLEAD project, the UU, and so on, encouraging them also not just to focus in one area, because when the funds come, I can only do what I've committed to that donor to do, and I can only go to the areas they need. So sometimes you look at a call for proposals, you know that this area is fully covered, but that is where the donor wants. So I will write a proposal to go there, yet knowing very well there is not much need. So looking for more input of the department informing the donors, the development partners, where the greatest need is.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, what are your thoughts?
I think, as she has said it, I realized that much of the operations are dictated by the donors at times. But I think with continuous engagement, they'll be able to understand us and see on how to redirect their support to us. So the main thing is we maintain very close collaboration, we maintain very close talking with the partners, such that we get to understand, they get to understand that the prison is also not only in Nairobi, there's one in Gandege, and there's one in Mandera. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. The next question is, what challenges have you experienced in realizing effective collaboration and partnerships? And in your view, what can be improved, Dr. Christine?
Thank you very much, Madam PS. Some of the challenges that we have experienced, first and foremost, is duplication that has been discussed. Two is where the partnership does not have roots in the community. Because within the criminal justice system, we must never ignore the community, because that's where crime starts and crime ends. So that even as we work with our partners, you find that they end at the station level, and we ignore the community structures that we use to embed the gains and sustain the gains, and of course address recidivism. Then the other challenge that we have, of course, as state actors is limited resources. And because of limited resources, sometimes we are inclined to embrace those curtailed, positioned interactions to particular stations. And I pray that with this engagement that we have, we'll be able to have a framework that we can also use as government to seek resources, and therefore, when you control the pass, you're able to control what comes out. And eventually, you're able to sustain the gains beyond the organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Christine. What are your thoughts, Yanson?
Thank you, Madam PS. I think one of the biggest challenges from where we sit as civil society is the question of resources. There will be so many needs that will be directed towards because of the perspective of we have donor money. And knowing that the donor community is changing rapidly, also for organizations to get as much money has not become easy. And I'll share this with the practice that we used to have as answering to the solution. Some time back with the late Commissioner General Osuko, we'll do joint mobilizations with prisons, where an NGO like ours walks into a donor office together with Commissioner General, all the peers, and say, this is our needs. Because likelihood of the donor giving money directly to maybe that department directly, according to the policy, is not there. They hear the voice of the peers saying, this is our needs in corrections. We do not have adequate resources around this area. You come out with the proposal, have funded. we'll be actually be asked to put it in proper paper. So if where we would continue working together, would request all that support from the secretary, the CGP, the PS, in terms of doing that. But then the second question, challenge that we also see is the whole question of capacity building that we need to have very deliberative. I know it's part of the resources, but we have got officers, both probation officers and prison officers, who tell you that since they left either Ruiru or the government training college, they really haven't seen much of training. So I think that is an area we could, and especially because of the new trends. If today I am an officer newly in a station where I'm dealing with CVE cases, am I adequately trained for that? So I think we can also challenge ourselves around continuous education for, actually the word is continuous education for officers.
Thank you. Your thoughts on this, Vincent?
Thank you, Madam Pierce. I think one of the challenges we seem to be doing pretty well in. I think one of the weakest point is out. And I think that's where probably the probation team is going to be required to play a critical role. And even last year, my colleague from KEPSA here, that's where we'll need a lot of effort. Yes, you do well in what's going to happen when you're out. I think that's where a lot of resources need to be put, and probably the strength of the probation team. So that when they get all these skills, they get the support when they're in. One day that they will leave, what's going to happen when they're out there? And I'm glad with KEPSA, with the KEPSA force and KEPSA linkage, KEPSA is everywhere, everywhere. That's the conversation that will help us when you're on the round table. And to tweak, challenge into an opportunity, I'll give a case study of Langata. But I'm pleased to be aware that we got a road open that has capacity to do around 5,000 loaves of bread in a day. The opportunity here is for especially the OICs, because I know the fact that now I work closely with understand how the operation works. How do we tap into that market? You have 5,000 loaves being produced by Langata. Can the Nairobi area OICs take all these loaves from Langata instead of taking this bread from us? You support your own, you're supporting the PS vision. I think that is what the same thing is going to happen. All whatever we are doing up, whether in Langata, whether in Meru, whether in London, support your own, you're supporting the PS vision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vincent. And I think that is very instrumental. For example, from Naivasha, the mill that we have there, we mill maize. We sell it internally. And the water that we produce, I think it is befitting that when I come to your stations, I do not find any other water except Priaqua. Same thing with the bread that we eat. We need to buy from our own. And I think since we have been doing that with respect to the clothing, the textile, I think there is no reason why we can't do that with the bread, with the water, and with other things. I'd like to hear your final thoughts on this, Mary.
Madam Pierce, I'd like to say that the challenge that we have experienced is in relation to, as we believe that it is possible for people to get rehabilitated and get reintegrated back to the community. However, when you look at some of the correction officers do not believe in it. So you find that you are like saying something that might not be able to be actualized by the people who are supposed to actualize. But I'm happy that is what drove us now to do the training. Because you have to believe for you to actualize the outcome. If you don't believe in it, even us as much as we are partners, we are coming on the ground to work with you, then it becomes a little bit difficult. But that one has been supported by empowering the officers, and it has really changed the situation quite a lot. But that is something that was really a big challenge for us.
Damaris?
Thank you. one thing that comes to mind is also tied around to attitude, as Madam Kaimba has talked about. And you find that attitude and culture can be so deeply embedded in an organization that it takes too much work, or a lot of work rather, to sort of have a shift from the culture. So I think attitudinal and cultural challenges can be a hindrance, of course, to partnerships, especially also when they affect the outcomes of the project. And I think, of course, continuous capacity, the most important mover in corrections or most organizations is the member of staff. That's why there is a capacity building even across all organizations, people trying to change their attitude or increase knowledge and skills for staff, because they're real drivers of change. So there are many hanging fruits that can always be tapped on or harvested as far as some of the anticipated changes are concerned, but when the attitude is not right, then you find that you fall back and things don't move, and that can really challenge some of the partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Damaris. Miriam?
Thank you. I think one of the challenges about service on operational level is how do we ensure that the person coming for counseling is qualified to do that counseling? Does it mean if I wake up today and just decide, okay, I'll just go to prison to give counseling? Having a standard, if another organization wants to come and do a bakery, is there a standard that we can just borrow and say, and this standard comes from prison? For instance, where we work with paralegals, you know, if an organization comes straight a paralegal, an inmate or an officer for one day, are they qualified to offer that service? So looking into having standards for all the services or programs within prisons and within the correctional service, I think it will go a long way so that also resources are not wasted. For the other thing, for instance, when we talk about paralegalism, I know there's no policy for it. I know it's not the full mandate of the prison services to offer it, but it's being offered. But there's no policy that anchors it, so it's always up by the way. So if an officer is trained as a paralegal but there's any other work, the paralegal office is closed because it's not the priority. But if we have a policy that gives it priority, then we are able to know that the resources we are offering and the training we have offered is being well utilized. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miriam. I think the clarion call here is that moving forward, we are going to try our level best to professionalize all our services, because we are moving towards excellence. And the only way to have excellence is to have that policy and to be professional in the way we carry out our work. And our partners are key in this, and particularly KEPSA, because KEPSA is the employer. You will be able, I believe, to give us guide our inmates for successful reintegration. And at this point, I would like we take a break before we go into plenary. Maybe the MC, we can have an. We have a very important guest in our midst.
Okay. Thank you so much, Madam PS, for.
Tutasimama, the statement itakuwa to the old man of Machakos went to shop in town. So when you say the old, we join her to demonstrate the old man. Tumepata hapo? The old man. So when we say the wife of the old man of Machakos went to shop in town, we say the wife of the old man of Machakos went to shop in town. And then when we say the son, you say the son of the wife of the old man of Machakos went to shop in town. And then we shall finish with the dog. So we say the dog of the son of the wife of the old man of Machakos went to shop in town. As simple as that. Kindly let us stand.
Okay. Get ready. We go. The old man of Machakos went to show in town, and the old man of Machakos went to show in town. Now the wife of the old man of Machakos went to show in town. And now the wife of the old man of Machakos went to show in town. And now the son of the wife of the old man of Machakos went to show in town. And the son of the wife of the old man of Machakos went to show in town. And now the daughter of the son of the wife of the old man of Machakos went to show in town. And now the daughter of the son of the wife of the old man of Machakos went to show in town. Thank you so much. At the same time, Madam, I'm informed that the PS for State Department of Petroleum is with us, and we welcome you, sir.
Thank you, PS. Thank you very much for gracing our occasion in this Correctional Service Week. Perhaps before we go into plenary, I would invite you to make a few words, a few remarks.
The PS, the senior officers of the department, invited guests, good morning. Good morning once again. My name is Mohammed Liban. I'm the Principal Secretary, Space Department for Petroleum, the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum. I'm here this morning because of the invitation by my colleague, P.S. Sally, to come and join you to actually participate in this forum for this week. In the department, I usually operate at two levels. One is what we call the upstream. Upstream is where we are looking for gas and oil in explorations. And we have not gone far yet, but we are in the process of going there. Number two, we are at downstream. Downstream is where we do to ensure that the security of supply of diesel, super, and also kerosene in the country. I know it has been very interesting for you this week, but usually, with the prices, we are being controlled, globally because of the geopolitical which is going there, which we have to throw hands in it. But I want to assure Kenyans that we are equal to the task, and there is hope. And from henceforth, we make sure that at least Kenyans will be able to enjoy their products. Having said this, today we are here because of Correctional Service Week, and when we are talking about correctional facility, what comes into our mind is about the jail, it's about the prison, It's about the detention, also about house, which actually have been, people have been arrested, held, or convicted by a criminal justice agency or a court. That is what's in the mind of the people. But I know this department does a lot beyond that, in terms of giving Kenyans a lot of services. And if you look at what are your functions, we're supposed to do the containment and keeping in safe custody of all offenders. We're supposed to be under your custody. Not only arresting and jailing them, but to also model them in terms of rehabilitation and reformation of offenders through training, through counseling, and also educational and professional programs. So when people usually leave your place, these are our brothers, these are our sisters, these are our citizens, so that they leave, the institutions when they are already reformed to be a good citizen in our country. Congratulations for that. If I may now quote Jonathan Wolfgang von Goethe, corrections does much, but encouragement does more. You do encourage, but if you give encouragement to those people who are under you, they usually get confidence and they become a better person in the future. So, when you encourage others, you in the process are encouraged, you yourself, because you are making a commitment and a difference in that person's life. And so, you are appreciated as a civil servant, as a citizen of this country. Therefore, encouragement really does make a difference in somebody's life. Therefore, the way to develop the best that is in a person is by appreciation and encouragement. So in this case, I know you are doing so many things in this country, and I'm glad that at least the PS, we have brought together all your senior officers plus the partners to put your heads together this week. And I was just coming in, I was listening about what the panel have been discussing, especially about human development, the challenges you have. Anybody is just going through that. Because challenges is actually what makes us to be strong. So don't fear challenges. It is something that can drive us internally. So having said this, may I take now this opportunity to address you that it is with great pleasure and a sense of profound duty that I address you today during this special occasion, the Correctional Service Week. This week serves as a momentous opportunity to honor, recognize the invaluable contribution made by dedicated men and women of Kenya Prison Service. As we celebrate their commitment to maintaining order and fostering rehabilitation, it is crucial to shed light on a facet of their service that is often overshadowed, the integral role in the petroleum sector. Though I'm in the petroleum sector, this country has 22 ministries, this country has 51 departments, all is one government. So we can help each other, partner each other to make sure that we give service to Kenyan citizens. The intersection between the Kenya prisons and the petroleum industry is more than a mere coincidence. It is strategic partnership essential for the security and stability of our nation's energy infrastructure. We are in the security sector. We are also in the security sector in terms of providing security of supply. Here, we are joined together and we can work together to make sure that we give service to Kenyans. The correctional service has become a linchpin in ensuring the protection of critical installations, transportation networks, and storage facilities that form the backbone of our petroleum sector. I want to emphasize the significance of the Kenyan prison service personnel in upholding the security of our petroleum industry. Through rigorous training, unwavering vigilance, and strategic development, they have evolved into a formidable force capable of deterring and responding to potential threats. Ladies and gentlemen, their professionalism and commitment are the bedrock of the sector's resilience. Beyond their role in security, the Kenya Prison Service has embraced the responsibility of rehabilitation and skill development for inmates. That's actually what I've started with my brief. The program therefore implemented to equip individuals with valuable skills transferable to the petroleum sector for reintegration into society highlights the correctional services' transformative potential in shaping the future of our workforce. Their steadfast dedication ensures the secure foundation upon which our national energy resources rest. Their impact, therefore, is not only evident, but also essential for us to confidently pursue the continued growth and development of our petroleum sector together. In spite of several challenges, which include congestion, COVID-19 pandemic, inadequate IC equipment, involving crime such as terrorism, human trafficking, among others. And I'm sure this is what we have been discussing for the last few days to make sure that how can we make better our services. Today, I invite each one of you to join me in acknowledging the often overlooked heroes within the Kenya Prison Service. In closing, therefore, let us utilize this Correctional Service Week to express our heartfelt gratitude and appreciation for the men and women of Kenya Prison Service. Their contribution to the petroleum sector is not a matter of symbolism. It is a factual and tangible reality. As we applaud their achievements, let us also contemplate the potential for future collaboration and innovation, propelling both the correctional service and the petroleum industry toward even greater heights. Thank you, and may our collective efforts continue to advance the prosperity and security of our beloved nation. Thank you. I think having said this, we in the government, we are one. Whether you are in the petroleum sector, whether in administrations, this Kenya is ours. We know that 2020, 2021, we came through a very hard way because of COVID-19. 2021, 2022, it was election which we went through. After we got, the Kenya KK administrations last year, we were battling, with droughts. And this year, again, just a few weeks ago, we are now also battling with floods. But I'm sure the government is on course and will be able, to deliver all what government has assured, the Kenyans. So challenges are there, and let us take the challenges positively and move, this country forward in the spirit of being given by His Excellency Ruto and also his deputy, Rigathi Gachagua. I'm sure working together, we will be able to move this country forward. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you very, very much, my colleague, Principal Secretary. And now I will go to the next. I don't know whether the
band would like to give us one rendition and then we can go into plenary. Now I will open the floor to invite comments and questions. Direction, I think it is okay. Thank you. We'll coordinate. There is a hand up there.
Thank you, Madam PS. My name is Humphrey Mchuma. I am the Water Step Ambassador and Director, Kenya. I'm coordinating Uganda, Tanzania, and part of Congo. I work with Prison Service as a partner in terms of water sanitation, and hygiene. Even before I say as Water Step, I wish to say that through your office you had requested that we donate a water tank to Kakamega Prison, and we did that. Again, we've also worked on Shikuza prisons. We've donated 7 water tanks, and we are working on the water systems. We are fitting the tiles in the wards on the cells. We also fitting the showers, and we have done painting of the wards 100%. Water Step is located in the US, America, and we are working in 16 countries. As a director in Kenya and East Africa, I've been able to visit 76 prisons. I have donated water tanks in those prisons and a water purifier worth 1.3 million. I've also donated a bleach maker. We have a special machine that can be able to produce chlorine 5 liters in 1 hour and 15 minutes using only salt and water. This chlorine is able to help us in terms of sanitation and hygiene. Again, you can also use that chlorine to be able to purify water. You can as well use our water purifying machine to produce or to manufacture water and package the way your company is doing like this. So it's dependent on an individual person or individual person on how they want to use the machine. We have opportunities for disaster management machines if we continue collaborating and working together. So I want to make my observations quickly about the challenges and areas that you can be able to improve as partners that are working in prison. Number one is that I've realized that we are not using the local opportunities in terms of fundraising. I've visited several people at banks, corporate organizations. I've talked to different people, and some of them were just near the prison. They don't know if the prison exists. So if we can be able to work together with the local partners, especially locally, then we can be able to mobilize resources. Maybe again, we need to get someone, an office that can be able to champion local fundraising. Attitude, my other sister talked about attitude. It is very true, as Madam from Faraja said, that we need to work across and all over the country. But let me tell you the truth, it's appealing to work in women prison than in men prison. I don't know how I can explain it, but women prisons, the HIs of women prisons are very appealing and very welcoming, and they don't have a lot of protocols. So you feel so much attracted in putting resources where you are wanted and where you are expected. Yes. Yeah, I've learned that as a person, and I realized that when I had worked in 30 women prisons without a main prison, then I thought, what is wrong? Because I went in one of the prisons and I waited for 2 hours. And joint monitoring and evaluation, we need to do that. Exchange visits internally, prison to prison. I've gone to prisons where it's like we are entering a hotel. It's very clean, it's very neat. And maybe if we visit one another, we can learn from one another. So thank you so much, Madam PS, and all the prisons that have given me room to work with them. Thank you.
Just a small rejoinder to that, we noticed that, and Commissioner General, to solve that problem, in some of the male prisons, they are actually being headed by women. So we see we can break that cycle of inequity and inequality of treatment. So let's see whether it will bring some change. But thank you very much for your sentiments. Maybe we can have more questions, comments? Yes, thank you.
Okay. Correctional Service Week is a dream come true, Madam, and we are really grateful, especially for all the discussions since day one. My name is Lea Wanja, and I work for Fondazione Alberto della Vita, ADV. Don't worry, we translated to Tree of Life. So I work for Tree of Life. We are an NGO which is funded by the Italian government, and we work in 29 correctional institutions across this country, implementing various programs, and the current active one is called RISE, which I manage. And Madam, the discussion you brought on board about bringing us together is just amazing, because I can tell you when we're implementing, we usually bump into each other. UNODC, Faraja, Crime Sipoa, we are many. It's just a list, but we are very many. Once you call for that meeting, hopefully next week or soonest, then I think this is going to solve a lot of issues. In the project I'm currently managing, we have programs in education, both the formal and vocational education, And we also have mentorship, which is both online and physical. And we also have a health component where we are looking at the living standards of the YCDC and the Boston institutions and some women prisons. We have to acknowledge that we have children and young people who are in contact and in conflict with the law. And this is, I feel like during all these discussions, we've like pushed them somewhere in some corner. And we need to acknowledge that this is the strength of the human resource that we have for our future. So as partners, we look forward to also supporting that cohort a little bit more, Madam, because those are the future, they're the people who are going to take up those seats when you leave. And I remember yesterday I was whispering to Rebecca from UBC and telling her, know that children from, or the young people from the Bostons have been released this December, and we'll be buying toolkits for them. Can you share with me your list so that I'm not duplicating? But I it's not that solution. So we hope the president maintains your that seat for longer. We really hope so. Yeah, so in that program I'm running, we have partners we work with. We work, of course, with the government leading departments, APS, DCS, parks. We have NITA. We have KNCCI, which is also a body that has companies, private companies in this country. We have Tangaza University, because we have a component of capacity building of your officers, Madam. So I want to speak like an insider. All your speakers here, all your guests, the PS cooperatives, the PS who was here yesterday, even the chief guest who opened for us the occasion, His Honorable Plenary Geshago, told us that hakuna mashida ya sisi hapa na yenu pale. We are all in this. Hakuna kuomba serikali. We solve our own problems. So I also have an ask, like an insider. As much as I'm an NGO, I have some asks because of what I've experienced over the 10 years I've been working in your institutions. So, one, in the wake of all these reforms that you have, these care reforms, there's the policing and all that, if we can embrace diversion more, if we can embrace diversion more, because we find that the young people who are ending up in these institutions, some of them are there for very petty crimes that we all did growing up. Wengine hata waliba matunda ya jirani, which I did. Yeah? Wengine walidili mgomo, which some of us did. You know? So if we can embrace diversion as our legal, the Children's Act offers, if we can also look at the living conditions of our staff, this staff right here, I know they may shy away, but just they might shy away, Madam, but when you're having those FDDMs, when you're having the care committees, when you go for them, for the home visits, when you're trying to integrate your clients, they really work so hard. Sometimes, even go to Kamaya, Juzi too, if that housing program can start with them, start with our own, Madam Kelly. If we can do some capacity building for them, debrief sessions, because the cases they handle are heavy. Yeah? For us as NGOs, we might have the funds to go and see that counselor, but some of the officers, Madam, wengine tu wako tu wamekuwa overwhelmed. So if you can see to that. I know Dr. Mutuma also has really been reaching out to us to support with learning materials and all that. And I think with that joint meeting, we are going to solve that because the resources will be brought together and we'll be able to know who suffers what. Because like I told you, sometimes on Ishimolata, we are 10 partners. Other times I go to Makadara Probation and say, I'm alone. I go to Sierra Women Prison, we are 5. You know, if you can balance us and tell us, okay, just channel your energy here, channel your energy there. Buy those learning materials for those learners because they are taking up courses, we are pushing NITA to ensure that they are giving them curriculum that speaks to the job markets. They are also certifying them. Unfortunately, Madam, sometimes these clients don't sit for exams. Yet, it's our own government setting those exams. If you can have waivers, yeah? For those clients, because they are our clients. Tukisema exam fee ni 10,000. Tunataka huyo mwenye ako huko ndani atoe wapi hiyo 10,000. Plus other items that need to be bought. If we can maybe plow back what is being made in the farm, the prison farm. Kuna wood hapo, Shikusa kuna wood. alafu mtoto wa vocational akapenzi hapo shikusa hatafanya mtihani juu hakuna mbao madam. If you can just plow back, like it's just the same problem you're handling, right? Yeah, okay, and then also capture the IGS that can be channeled back to these institutions. We can also tap more into the vocational courses that we support, that are examined by NITA. We also have a lot of range of courses which have not been explored. We have even proficiency courses, such that a candidate can either graduate with a carpentry course, a dressmaking course, and also because they do farming on the side, which we already do, they can also have another certificate, a proficiency certificate right there, to just reverse on the issues they have. I'm almost done. Yes, so there is so much you can say. And I was looking at one of the meetings we were having the private partners and the KNCCI, and we even struggled to even get a database of clients who have left here. It was very sad that we even lost a lot of opportunities. A lot of companies already take them up for apprentice, for placement, but that database is not there. But once we are coordinated, we'll be able to bring all these things together, and we'll be grateful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another comment? Yes. Auntie Bison.
Right, thank you. My name is Carol Kinoti, and like she said, I'm an insider. I began to engage with the prisons and the State Department of Correctional Services just about 3 years ago, when at the tail end of COVID, when I was informed that the kids who are in prison below 4 years old are feeling cold. So we donated blankets, and the blankets we donated came along with a skilling process, because we developed them from the waste products of our products that I developed during COVID. And after that, I was requested by the KPS to work with the Plenary Foundation on matters to do that run across the country. One of them was in Moderator Golf Club about 3 years ago that saw 37 prisoners actually, in the spirit of Live Not to End, participate as models during the fashion show. We've also engaged with Kodiada prisons at the Nyanza Golf Club, and the coming year we have at least 10 counties that we are visiting to expose to markets. My challenge on the ground is simple. It's the fact that the product that meets the organizations outside, and that's where CAPSA comes in, the quality of the product is not yet ready to meet that market. Number 2 is engaging with the digital platform, because today the product can go ahead of the brand if it's placed in a digital platform. My request is that tools like those, the culture that is already there, the barriers that are placed allow us to be able to place those products on a digital platform where payment integration processes are incorporated, delivery and release processes that are safe and incorporated. So if that is done, then even engaging with the private sector would be very easy. One of those moments when we felt ready to engage with the external market through the Tandaria Friendship and Foundation, we invited at least 20 foundations to visit the Zanata business projects. And I championed that process. And by the time we were getting to the process of the part where let's do business, we realized that the chemical grant cannot be qualified. And when we start talking to the private sector, the first level is pre-qualification. Who is doing business and how are they doing business? So we need to get rid of those barriers so that the brand and the product can meet the consumer in the right way. Automatically, when that happens, competition out there in the market will allow us to be able to refine the product by building capacity, by being able to certify the inmates that have gone through the scale development processes, so that when they are stepping out there, it is a certification that meets the private sector. It is not the person that went to prison that needs the private sector. So we need to remove the person, build a brand, build certification, build stories that are out there that tell what they can do, not what they did. So we have low-hanging fruits. I have a good partnership with Strathmore Business School, and our goal is one, is to understand the creative industry, how it can be improved, how we can use talent to trade, and within the prison industry, in the Department of Creative, there is a lot that can be done, but there is a lot that needs to be done, so that we are able to have good conversations with CAPSA and together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Regional Commander, Nairobi.
Madam Carol, I appreciate your concern on quality, but I want you to bear in mind that this is a training process, and the people who are producing these products, we are getting them from the ground zero. So you do not expect them to produce quality products that can match the market that you expect. And some of them, by the time that we want to put them to a level that they can produce those quality products, they are out of our places. So we shall have time to compete in the market as we visit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Regional Commander. Commissioner, let's have one more comment or question, and then the panelists can respond.
Thank you, Madam PS. My name is Bison Madekwa, the Regional Resource Commander, Nairobi. I need to comment on the issue of human rights, because we have the team here. They have tended to lean toward the prisoner more than the prison officer. And it's as if the prison officers have no rights. Maybe in future it will be important for them to also let prisoners. Number two, I want to appreciate the officers in charges who are here. These officers, madam, having been one before, I know what they do. Sometimes they have to lie. They lie to the contractors to be able to feed the prisoners. They convince them that the money is already in the account for them to supply foods and even other wants that are required. We need to appreciate them for keeping the prisons running. And as they do that, they're also dealing with sometimes that appreciates another that has two categories of people in our custody. And we receive prisoners, if I might use the auctioneer's term, as is, where is. You are given a prisoner as is, where is. You don't know this person, you don't know where he has come from. Sometimes some of them come with fake names, and they will run their course with a fake name. Unfortunately, if he dies in custody, it becomes. I'm happy that the judiciary is represented. Unfortunately, the police who bring these people to us are not here. If they were here, they would have been able to run with us through the course. We've had issues with them when we are. So it's an area, maybe, because they're not here. Maybe next time we have a meeting, we need to have them in our meetings, so that we'll be able to understand who we are, where we are coming from, and where we are going. Just a week ago, I was having an issue raised with the Commissioner General. The police brought somebody to us, either as is, where is. Because this person was not talking. They had worked on him. They used the court to give us an order to receive him in the stated duty he was. He passed through Nairobi remand to General National Hospital ICU and eventually died. We followed up the issue through the courts with the OCS people to test the relatives. Fortunately, they did get the relatives. But it's a state in which we are finding ourselves here as prison officers. Somebody comes to you with a fake name, and you have to deal with him all through for 50, 20 years, dealing with a fake person, somebody you don't know. And now somebody comes to you in a state of illness that you don't know. Somebody is unable to talk. We are doing all this, that's what I'm saying, I'm in the officers in judges. They're dealing with certain kind of people all through their lives. Equally, we are meant to meet bills that would be ours. Go see the police arrest somebody, this person in the city, we have taken him to hospital. The courts are also encouraging the police to bring these people to us because we fear the conduct of court on us. Finally, on the issue of visits from prison to prison, this is already being happening in Nairobi. Spots and engaging with others, also just sharing ideas around what the other stations are doing in Nairobi. So thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much. Let's have only one more question and then we can go to Plenary.
Thank you, PS. My name is Peter Wambogo from Prison Chaplaincy. We are doing well in the Prison Chaplaincy, and our services are, and we thank God for that, and the leadership of our Commission General Prisons. As the Prison Chaplaincy, we coordinate spiritual services, and the key to enhancing holistic rehabilitation and integration is nurturing talents, gifts, and potentials in terms of theology, music, motivational speaking, and things of that nature. I find this important virtue and gap that development partners can also embrace. There are people living in our prisons who don't need maybe a sharahani. They need to be embarked maybe from music industry, maybe to dissipate their motivational speaking skills and other latent religious aspects growth in their life. This will help in sustainability and economic growth. So our partners is an area that we are concerned, we can also take it. The next thing is a matter of a language. The church and the faith-based organizations are valuable stakeholders in matters of rehabilitation, reform, and integration. I request that the church prophetic voice be considered fully, and during our next forums also be integrated in the forthcoming roundtable forums. And finally, human beings are psychosomatic beings. They are the body, the mind, and the soul. And the three need to be considered contemporaneously and in equal measures. So if this is done, then we shall ensure holistic rehabilitation and integration. Our prisoners, as the new prisons, they are quite energetic to go and serve in a spiritual perspective. But from there, taking up over becomes a challenge. That's an area that we need assistance. Thank you very much.
Let's give a round of applause to all those who made comments. Perhaps now we can have rejoinders from our panelists. We start with Lenson.
Thank you, Madam PS. I think those are very useful confirmations of the conversations we've had earlier today and the days before today, and the day before, in terms of what needs to be done in terms of collective action if we are to really realize the calling we've been given by the mandate of prisons, nations. And I want to probably just have an additional element of what colleague mentioned about the youth. If you look at the prisons, statistics tell us that 68% of the persons we have deprived of liberty are actually the young people. And that means then we must have a very deliberate youth lens and also a vulnerability on rehabilitating this particular category. These are categories who have come in for various reasons back in the community, and that's the sign that you're dysfunctional families, unemployment, underemployment, increasing gang cases out there. So in response, as we prepare them in prisons and get through the probation with the through clear guidelines, then we must have a vulnerability lens around the youth. Remember, well, I think Anita, she was talking, this particular generation, the problematic generation. So even the way we react to them in the prisons is going to be different. She talks about the creative industry. I've come across young people in and also in here in Kimomo, and who told me, I'm not interested in the industry, I want to go to animation. So this guy, as much as we give him the skill set of kutengeneza ambao rehabilitations programs that are responding to the Z generation, which even in our houses is a big problem when you deal with them.
Thank you, Madam PS. I think there's been tremendous growth, and I think one of the most important things, Madam PS, that we have done, that's opening those cases of the prisons. Some of the officers running from corporates only knew the prison based on whatever they watch in the movies. And that's where the conversation began. And I remember one of the foundation, KCB Foundation, left and said, she got a different perspective how prison looks like. She went back and continued the management to support. So opening up those gates is good enough. That's already growth from our experience. My colleagues talked about digital and Carol talked about digital and animation. One of the things that the Plenary Foundation has agreed to support was that we will be able to explore to see how we able to put some computer labs in some of these prisons so that the inmates can be able to take advantage. And lastly, I think Carol talked about Madam PS, you have a very good brand called Kenpri. Kenpri is your brand. That's a brand that you'll be able to identify when taking out Kenya Prison brand, Kenya Prison brand. I'm glad that Lamata Prison, through the support of the Office of the CG, they're already procuring branding papers for their own brand called Kenpri Treats. So that when even go to the supermarket next time, you can see a brand called Kenpri. So it could be Kenpri Treats Langata, Kenpri Treats Meru, Kenpri Treats Shimalatewa, Kenpri Treats Garissa, Kenpri Treats Kisumu.
I think I'm drawn to the comments from RC Nairobi, so I'll try to speak to those. Especially because he did mention the issue of human rights, and I understand where he is coming from, because that has been the position for so many officers. When I look at the officers on this side, whom I think we have trained 90%, perhaps let's see, how many have we trained, just by show of hands, so that I know I'm not misrepresenting. Yes, so I think we have a good representation. And that is the same attitude that officers come with. And it is because of how human rights were introduced in prisons. But when you look at the sort of framework that we work with ourselves, which is the international standards, the Mandela, Bangkok rules, and the rest, you find there is a huge section, I think from standard number 74, which specifically talk about institutional personnel. So therein, they speak about how staff should be recruited, that the conditions and salaries should be enough to attract and retain staff, that the government should be aware of the exacting nature of prison work, so they need to have all needed tools of trade to work, and so many other things. But I think because of the approach, most of the time it seems like it's prisoners heavy and not prison staff heavy. But the two, as far as human rights are concerned, yes, we have the duty bearer and the rights holder which sort of brings a difference as to which rights can be claimed to whom and by whom. But then I agree, staff are the software, as I said initially. So there are human rights and there are terms of conditions, and all the housing that has been mentioned have to be, taken seriously. And this has reminded me something that we came across the other day, where generally policies around prisons, unless they are punitive, they are not necessarily popular. Yeah, unless with the policymakers or governments, you realize that I think most countries, even the resources that are allocated are very, very minimal, because corrections are not usually taken with the seriousness that it deserves. Yeah, so I think there are opportunities for advocacy for the work that prisons does, so that they are able to get even the resources that they need to be able to do their job. I particularly like what you have talked about, where is as is where is, just like a car. Like in the agreement, that's how the agreement is usually written, which is so unfortunate, because when you are receiving offenders, the prison service would benefit a lot if they got years. When prison used to have the PF1, the original prisoners file 1, that file on admission, prisoners had more information, prison staff they could have a charge sheet from the police and some sort of information from the court about an offender. And this also came up a lot during the review of Prison Act, which we are supporting the State Department in revising, because one thing is clear from the service: they want more information on an offender, so that they're able to know, who do I have? Yeah, is it someone who already escaped but has come with another name? So you're looking at them as a petty offender, but they are a dangerous person. So the issue of additional information is something that, or getting information from other state agencies, is something that I think the committee has proposed some things for consideration, even in the Act, so that prisons is able to receive information to help it make evidence-based decisions about an offender. The issue also of exchanges, I think it was mentioned. I'm proud to say we have also been engaged in some of those. We've had, I think, 3 exchanges, but unfortunately, they were mainly for women, again, where we had different officers in charges of women institutions visiting, in particular, Shimo Women, which was one of our pilot projects. So because there was a lot of strides that had been done in Shimo Women, we're able to organize cohorts of other OICs of other women institutions to go there for a week to assess how the institution is doing and to come up with things they could do to improve in their institutions. Yeah, thanks.
Miriam? Thank you. Maybe to start where my colleague has left about human rights. I think we all say, I come from a background of human rights and the children's rights especially. And when we trained the children on their rights, we also trained them on their responsibility. So I think it's a note for us that even as we train the inmates on their rights, we also train them on their responsibility, so that also the officers are safe. When working with also officers, for us we work to empower both. And for instance, the current class we have with Strathmore University of 40 students, 20 are inmates, 20 are prison officers, so that they're also not left behind, but also for sustainability. We know that the inmate will leave the prison at one point, but the officer is probably going to remain within the service, even if it's not in that station. Even if they go to another station, they will carry the knowledge with them. So we need also to empower the officers to be able to relate and also supervise the inmates on whatever they're doing. The other thing is about when it comes to information, there is NCJ, the National Council on Administration of Justice, which I sit as part of some of the committees. Looking at the communication, we have been thinking about an integrated IT system where the different agencies are able to speak to each other, so that if one prison is receiving the same client who was in another prison, they are able to tell who they are. So we hope that that will see the light of the day and it will become a reality. I've taken the point on exchange. I think that will be very important, even for us, even when we open our offices in new prisons. I think we need to take the officer in charges or the officers in the new prison to the old one so that they have the confidence on the work that we are doing. Lastly, I want to just appreciate the work that the officers you do. You do hard work, but you do it with so much passion and you're dedicated and committed to it. Thank you. Thank you, Miriam. Dr. Bondi.
Thank you very much, Madam PS. One thing that is coming out, and we are grateful is coming out, is the need to have an effective correctional workforce. And perhaps this is a theme that we need to explore during our roundtable meeting. How do we complement each other to have an effective correctional workforce so that they're able to balance between the noble work that we are doing as practitioners, the call that we have responded to, and our own mental health and well-being, mentor each other and support the already laid out strategies that only need a resource push for implementation. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Dr. Bondi. Commissioner?
Thank you, Madam PS. Water Step Ambassador, thank you very much for your support. On the issue of fundraising, now that you have worked with us and you understand us, be our ambassador outside there. You should see the pain that we undergo in trying to convince those who allocate money to us to allocate money. And you would expect them to understand. So the mere fact of mentioning of prison in itself disadvantages you in getting funding. So now that you have been with us, kindly be our ambassador there, that these people need to be funded adequately. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Commissioner. Because we are running out of time, I'll give the two ladies just 2 minutes each. We start with Mary.
Madam PS, what is coming out clearly is that we need to establish a multi-agency collaboration where we bring, what I'm saying that we need to bring to start a multi-agency collaboration where we have prison, probation, children, ODPP, and national police, that is the criminal justice system, so that they're able to understand who does what. Because it's like a relay. You arrest, you take here, but what type of person are you handing over to me? So that we agree, this is the person you're handing over, and this is what the person requires, so that I'm receiving a person I know. So to me, that is what I would request.
And finally is, on behalf of private sector, is just to remind us that we really need to take this with a sense of urgency. As my colleague has mentioned about the youth lens, let's not forget that the youth bulge is growing. So if we don't take some of these actions and these people are rehabilitated, they come back, that population, we are currently at around 17.8 million were youth in 2020, I think when we were doing the census. But by 2030, they will be at 22.3 million projection. And the youth bulge is growing. So we don't have the luxury of time. And I think it's a call to action for us to be able to work on some of these measures we've had, as well as also what Carol mentioned about being market ready. That they have the right skills, that they have, we have the database, and that we also market prison services and products well so that private sector can be able to reach them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, panelists. I appreciate the invaluable feedback that we have received both from the plenary and the next session, which will be led by Dr. Bondi in respect of the expected outcomes. And I will be able to give my department what I, as the policy makers and the head of department commits to do, because we must make commitments as we just a get-together, but we must have tangible results of what we have deliberated about the next session.
Okay, so next we will give a round of applause to appreciate the group, the panelists, for that wonderful wowing section. So to give us that round of applause, we will do it in this order. Shika hapa. So the claps that we will give are referred to as kalabanda, and since they are gentlemen and ladies on the platform, for the gentlemen we will say signor, for the ladies we will say signorita, and it will proceed in this manner. We will start kalabanda, kalabanda, signorita, kalabanda, kalabanda, signorita, signor. We do it once more. We raise our hands towards the panelists in appreciation, and remember they'll be available later for those who didn't ask questions. We go. Kalabanda, 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 signorita, signorita, signor, signor. Thank you. So we will have the panelists getting down, but led by the PS. As they come down, choir, kidogo tu wakiteremka. We will be all upstanding to appreciate them as they come down, led by our PS. The choir, a brief one, as the secretary, Parks, prepares for the second session. Very brief. Be seated.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to recognize the presence of our two PSs, and that demonstrates the commitment to the process. Thank you very much, PS Liban from Petroleum, and thank you very much, PS Madam Biako from Correctional Services. It is said that a great journey begins with one step. And the greatest step, unprecedented, that the State Department of Correctional Services has made, led by our transformative leader, began on the 22nd. We have walked, we have shared, and it's apparent that we are joined at the hip, hence our invitation, and we cannot move away from each other. We have a shared vision. Indeed, what has happened here for the last 2 days, this is the third day, has demonstrated that we uphold a one government approach. And the most interesting part for the State Department for Correctional Services, that our stakeholders are an integral part of this process. Both the internal stakeholders, the practitioners, the offenders whom we serve, and of course, our external stakeholders who are here in present. We have come to the point where the groom has arrived. He's at the door. And this is a beautiful lady, your daughter. She's called the State Department of Correctional Services. We want to negotiate. Already, the groom has demonstrated by being present that they're not only interested in the girl, but they want something about the design, they want something about the skills transfer, they want something about attitude, they want something above all about trust. Can we trust each other that this marriage will work? Can it go beyond communication? How will we talk? And ladies and gentlemen, informed by that, I'll invite us to go into the negotiations. And as we do, let me start by saying this. Right from day one, from the invite, we as a State Department are committed to striving towards excellence. That our partners are invaluable. We want to promote this partnership. And you've mentioned areas that we want us to negotiate over. Let me start by looking at the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. And I'd be expecting that the groom represented by the Kenya Private Sector Alliance and Kenya Association of Manufacturers will respond. During the talk, something came out. One of the issues that came out that you wanted us to do was one, to diversify governance mechanism so that we include thematic areas that speak to your vision and mission. If I may quote, the presenter then said, tuongeleshane. So how, therefore, can we enhance these linkages between the State Department and KEMSA for the benefit, particularly you mentioned for the young people? Do we have the representative of the groom from KEMSA? KEMSA? The groom came. Normally the groom comes escorted, isn't it? Kenya Private Sector Alliance? A representative from there? Perhaps they've looked at the girl. The girl is so beautiful and so endowed that you have to rethink. If you came with nothing in your pocket, unasema tukutane nyuma ya tent. I pray they are still behind the tent, so we move to our next partner. We go to the world of academia. And in the negotiations, they mentioned that they want to pursue a long-time collaboration with their State Department and to also sustain the academia. We have Daystar, we have ZTEC, we have Strathmore. Are they all behind the tent? Please come. Can we pass you the mic? Let's hear. That is Daystar, I believe. How would you want us to move this collaboration forward? How do you want us to sustain the gains, the inroads that you have made? Karibu sana, please introduce yourself so that we take notes. And if it's agreeable, then you tell us, yes, I'm so and so. I affirm that this is.
Good morning. My name is Felipe Tinega from Daystar University. I will be in the right state or position to know how to support and work together with the correctional services. So, since the meeting started, the representative from the PC was here yesterday. So we are going to work correctional services. Thank you so much.
Daystar, you mentioned that there is work in process. At what level is that work? This is a result-oriented process we are in now, way forward. At what stage is the process of the research in so that it is documented?
We are doing a study from next week. That is a survey on educational gaps.
Thank you very much. That is Daystar, that they are now going to collect data, I believe. And the data will inform the next level of collaboration. Thank you. ZTEC, any other university? Strathmore? They are stepped out. They are going to consult. ZTEC? Now, I want to know whether here, and you found the girl so pretty that you needed to consult, because perhaps maybe what you carried at hand is not enough. We take checks. And there's also M-Pesa, but I think you're beyond M-Pesa. We take checks. Please tell us where and how you want us to go. Thank you. Karibu.
This department for extending a warm welcome to KEPSA, the private sector, to be able to partner with you. We are glad to see the amazing things you're doing and appreciate our officers for the incredible work you do. Kijifungia huko, we really don't get to see the amazing work you're doing. And in case you haven't felt our asanteni sana. Thank you for inviting us. And as I mentioned when I was on stage, is that we do need a conversation. I know you have had other conversations with other people. We do commit Number one, to be able to provide skills training. We have a very strong and powerful digital. Some of the youth there would be more interested in those kind of skills. Again, there is mentorship, including business mentorship. There's also mentorship for those ones who are undertaking different courses. There's also mentorship for your students, because prisons officers, you also have your students or your young ones there. Again, we have attachment opportunities, and again, these are things that we do need to sit down and see what would work and not work. Say, I believe this will work, I believe it's a conversation. But we do have internship and attachment programs that are undertaken by various organizations. And then out of that, I believe the opportunities now for whether it's employment, whether it's to be service providers, or to be able to provide us with various products, to be able to push the private sector to buy Kenya, build Kenya. So some of the things that you do.
Thank you. Let's give a round of applause for that. That indeed, one visit is not enough. We are born. So welcome. That means they'll be coming again, and we have committed ourselves to those mentioned and noted and asante. Bridegroom. We have IDLO, we have the UNODC, we have Farm Access Africa, and in the process partnership along digitization with a greater framework to support our system and by extension, the correctional services. Please introduce yourself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bondi. My name is Rebecca Nyandiwa. I'm representing UNODC. For us, what I would like to say is that we commit to the agreement we signed with all partners through the framework of CLID 2. And as Dr. has mentioned, one of the thematic areas we shall be supporting in involves technology, and also focusing on the rights of the offender and victims. And I would like to stress that we are ready and committed to partner with us. I just want to thank also the Principal Secretary for giving us this opportunity to be able to use this platform to enhance our collaboration. So as I mentioned, we shall continue working within the framework of Pledge 2 and also within the UN framework that has been established together with the government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for that. The question I want to ask, is it possible to have... Let's hear from you. You've been with the lady?
From the beginning, I mentioned that Chandara Foundation is a grant maker, and one of our strengths is infrastructure development. Since 2021, we have walked this journey. We'll be putting up the finalized, and then thereafter, I think the must should be probably the course next week, a groundbreaking in Shimolatewa. Those are infrastructures ranging, the Langata was 20 million, Meru one will be between 10 to 15 million, Shimolatewa will be almost the same amount. And the fact that, I think when we began, Dr. Chandara didn't know how intense it is. I'm sure there are more still lining up. And in the process, he mentioned to me that one of the things we want to support the PS and the team was, are we able to do some computer labs, 10, 15 computers labs, state of the art. Probably this will be able to help in terms of digital, and that way the conversation then start, because we are close friend to Professor Yo. The conversation of that, because yes, DESTA wants to offer virtual classes from out, but you see, you need infrastructure in, so that now you are able to interface in and out. And that's the essence of what are we able to put a few
state-of-the-art computer labs within the prison. Many things will come because PS close friend to there. Many things I'm sure will come up in the conversation. And the other thing also Dr. Chalera has committed through the PS that is support the awards. Just the same way we support the police, we have bravery awards that has been running over 35 years with the police. He committed from next year from the Hill so that you also have an arm where you support the officers. Officers are doing a good job, we are able to motivate the officers what they're doing. So ours, we never close it. It depends, as we move on, many things will be able to arise. But that's a commitment in terms of the infrastructure that is already begun. 3 committed, workshops committed, but many more will be in the process coming. Asante.
Thank you. A round of applause for him. From Correctional Services, really a round of applause. Thank you very much. This indeed is a worthwhile lady. And we move on. It's not over until the PS says it's over. That's when it will be over. Now, I move now to Lord Wallenberg. Yes. We have journeyed together. We have looked at the gaps. Does the journey come to an end?
Absolutely not.
Thank you, Karibu.
Thank you very much, Dr. Christie, and indeed for organizing this event, Madam PS. Ronald Wallenberg Institute is here to stay as far as working with the corrections is concerned. I always, in my office I have some old newspapers I've seen. I found one day when we were cleaning up the office of the former Commissioner General, Mr. Kamakil, when we had organized a training for them in some place. So we are committed to continue this partnership, and not just to continue, but to take it to new levels, to take it to more sustainable efforts, to actually leave tangible marks in this important work we have been called to do. So we will continue. We will be having a meeting, Madam PS and Madam Christine and the CG towards the beginning of next year, so that again we can hear your needs and then we align ourselves with the priorities of the government. We are really bottom up. So nyinyi mtasema, alafu sisi tuone the way we are able to support you in reaching your goals and objectives. So we foresee continued cooperation around different areas, including policy and legal review and development, increased capacity building for our hard-working officers, and many other areas that we can come to discuss. So we do not donate things, but we will also look at other partners and people that can donate those things, which we have already identified gaps of areas, say like the water tanks we are hearing, those essential things. So we will also be looking at sharing with you other partners other than those you have already brought on board who can also support the service in moving forward. So yes, we are here ready, willing and able to move this motion forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. You're locked in. Thank you. Now, that we are going to have with all the partners. And what is amazing is that the partners have begun talking to each other. If you had Chandaria turn back and acknowledge, they start saying, yes, you are doing this, but that is not enough. We come in to complement it with this so that it is complete. Thank you very much. And now that we have just planted, as a State Department, over 700 seedlings during the great day, the 13th of November. Would it be proper to say that the tree of life is appropriate? So can we hear from Tree of Life? Karibu sana. I couldn't get the Italian pronunciation. I wasn't going to go that side.
Just stick to Tree of Life. It's okay. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Christina Bondi and PS and every government body that brought this on board. And as Tree of Life, I would want to commit that part of already what we're already doing, the MOUs we have with KPS, with DCS, if we can only close on something with facts, yeah. And then moving forward, we also have projections of projects that are coming up, especially on ICT, if we can get more on that, and disability, mainstreaming both for staff and the clients. If we can be able to together carry out some survey to find out the gaps on training, that we are committed to support. And as well as, I look forward to, after this, documenting the aftercare guidelines and procedures together. Thank you, and much more.
Thank you. A round of applause. We are going from result-oriented approach broadly to specifics. And Tree of Life has been very specific. So we are looking forward, and then this area of ICT, that theme is running through and through every other partner. No wonder they need now to have a framework so that we complement each other. Thank you very much. As I move on, I want to recognize Water Step International. When there is Tree of Life, the tree brings what? What do trees bring? Rain. I like that. Somebody said rain, somebody said. In a nutshell, then that is very closely related. So from Tree of Life, we move on to the Water Step International. Karibu. Your commitment? You mentioned beautiful things apart from saying that you're more inclined to working with I will mention the rest.
Not really. We are already working with men prison. We've had good relationship with Malindi, Kilifi, Kaloleni, and Shire. So, but again, we are committed to continue supporting prisons in terms of wash before the end of the year. We are committing to water tanks, and come next year, Manyani prison, we are going to set a water system for them because it's a dry area, but as an organization, to be able now to improve in terms of disaster management equipment. So we are keen to work with the headquarters to see to it that we can be able to bring in a disaster management equipment just in case of any disaster, in preparedness of any disaster. So we are here to stay.
Thank you. I like that note. Let's clap for him. That Water Step International is here to stay, and they've mapped out where they want to go and work. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to acknowledge, as we proceed, the presence of our Principal Secretary, Roads, Engineer Joseph Mugwa. Feel very much welcome. And also acknowledge the presence of one fine noble lady who has worked with correctional services in every other affair that we have had. The PS Parliamentary Affairs, Ms. Aurelia Rolo. You're very welcome. You are here with us from the start. We have walked all through. Karibu sana. Now, we are just coming to an end. Just be a little patient. We have looked at Water Step International. Then we now go to one special lady. The ladies have their day. Not because I'm a lady. Not because I'm a lady, but the ladies leave their mark, starting with our peers. The gentlemen don't feel disadvantaged. We often have interventions to save the boy child. So in this room, there are practitioners who come up with very good strategies to make sure that the boy child is taken care of. Allow me now to invite one stakeholder that stands out again, is Caroline Kinoti. Please take the floor and tell us which way and how.
Thank you. And thank you for this opportunity. Well, I commit to a few things, and one of them is to continue promoting the Kenry brand, the product from the prisons, and I'll do this by following closely the trail of the Tandaria Foundation projects, which I'm assigned to. I'll also do this by introducing a new program that is coming through me from Strathmore Business School, and a special program called the Kenya Small Business Centers. These Kenya Small Business Centers are present in very specific counties, 9 in total, in the capacity of MSMEs or cooperatives and associations. This is very attractive for the ex-inmates who are already there engaging with business, and we will give special attention to them if we have a database that can be able to track where they will be found in these 9 counties across the country. I will also would like to expose and give this opportunity to get the Kenbury brand across the various golf tournaments that we shall be having in the year 2024. Beginning of March across another 10 counties, and the doors are open. We will discuss in details which those counties are, and as we do this, we shall engage with environmental friendly products and promote sustainable and ethical products to trickle into the market. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. As we go that direction, allow me to invite a gentleman in the room who is a product of correctional services, who is synonymous with correctional services, who is a testimony that effective correctional services and offenders can change, and people should be given a second chance. Crime si power. Brother Peter Ouko. Now you're a brother, a stakeholder. Have changed and a valuable stakeholder. Please take the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam Christine. All protocols observed, all guests present. From Crime Simple, it's been a journey, and some of the partners were making the commitments, actually, with my benefactors. I see a journey, and I see challenges. And I see challenges within some of the commitments we make. I'd like to borrow mostly from the prevention side, because Crime Simple is also about prevention. And I totally took into what the regional commander for Nairobi, Mr. Madego, talked about, the interagency cooperation, interagency collaboration, to ensure that justice is not only dispensed, but also seen to be dispensed, and all players contribute effectively in the administration of justice. As Crime Simple, we'll continue doing what we do. We intend to go deeper, not wider. So in the prisons where we are working, effective next year, we are going to be more intentional in ensuring employability skills for those we are training and also connecting them to the job market. We'll continue receiving our brothers and sisters who are coming out of prison and have nowhere to go to. We'll continue directing them and giving references and telling people, just like I was asked yesterday, if I could vote for one of my former colleagues in prison, I was now going to get business from someone, one officer who's right here in this place. So one thing I'd like to say is it's been an honor being part of this journey, but also seeing my mentors and my teachers and the partners working together, not working at cross purposes. I'd just like to pray for all of us that we factor in the faith-based organizations in all our interventions. Reformation without transformation is a big challenge. I know the faith-based organizations have a big stake and a big voice in what's happening in our correctional facilities. So I just like us, wherever we are, even as we live, because the conversation continues, I know there are faith-based organizations here, faith-based partners. Let's also reach out to them and talk with them. As Crime Simple, we'll continue working with all state actors and non-state actors to ensure we have a crime-free society. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause for him. Now, thank you very much. We move on to Coalition Action for Preventing Mental Health. We are back in the room. Asante sana. There were issues surrounding mental wellness. How does the practitioner balance between looking at a manslaughter case today, and then tomorrow looking at a defiler, the next day they bring you robbery with violence, then that pickpocket, you know that one? who is a nuisance. He picks your watch today, tomorrow he picks your wallet, and he has marked you along the streets, and you don't know where to take him. How do we balance all this? Karibu.
So much. My name is Matthew Mutiso. I'm the Executive Director of the Coalition Action for Preventing Mental Health Kenya. We are basically a coalition of mental health organizations. But also what we do is advocate for reforms that criminalize mental health issues, because we believe that we call them adverse childhood experiences. These are adversities that happen to a child between the years of 0 to 24. And one of the things they do is that they create an affinity towards crime, various aspects of crime. It could be pickpocketing, it could be GBV, it could be murder, and eventually also they create an element of even poor health outcomes as somebody ages, and also poor absorption of academics. And these are things, characteristics that we find in most of the people who end up in prison. So what we do, we've been doing psychosocial support we started last month at Machakos prison. We realized we needed a more trauma-informed approach to mental health issues that inmates go through, so that they understand the reasons why they're in prison, not the act itself, but what made them commit the offense. Somebody becomes better rehabilitated. The other thing that we've been doing and partnering with another organization called Urbane Institutes, they were therapy sessions at YCTC for the young offenders, and we'll continue to do that in the coming year. In fact, we have a session tomorrow at boys, and we commit to continue doing that, and we commit to do more at Machakos. We wanted also to introduce skills, entrepreneurial skills, to go together along with the trauma-informed classes. And I believe we shall continue doing that with our partners, and we commit to do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome. Please consider the practitioners too. Yeah. Now we are almost coming to an end. A little patience. Now we are going back to evidence-based approach. But unless there is evidence that it works and it's documented, it does not work. I know evidence-based approaches cut across all disciplines, not just correctional. Now we are back to academia. I was told KCA University had gone behind the tent because what they had carried to the room was not enough to take the girl away or keep the girl. So KCA University, I invite you. Your commitment, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kristen, for this opportunity. My name is Susan Okarende. I'm a student at KCA University, also a delegate at KCA University. Thank you for the invite. Representing VC and CEO KCA University, and also we had our DVC on Wednesday. So what we like to offer to correctional services, we like to offer training programs, that is counseling psychology, also criminology, CPA, and other programs. Since KCA offers quality products, and we have qualified staff to train on these programs. And as part of rehabilitation, we'll also offer economic programs like the business-related.
Around legal aid and assistance. So we will continue having our pro bono lawyers and paralegals available to assist both the inmates and officers within probations and prisons to be able to walk the justice journeys. Secondly, with the probations acts, there is a request that has been made deliberately around the case committees, and we commit that we shall refocus our efforts around seeing how much resources can go towards strengthening that. The other element is the question of training of both prison officers and probation officers, and more specifically around emerging areas, emerging laws, emerging policies when it comes to training and sensitization. We've been doing that. We will still remain committed to doing that. We shall continue representing you at the policy and legislative level. I know with uniformed officers sometimes you need an extra voice that is not uniformed or government. So we commit to do that, including where there is participation in the budget making process. I'm happy Honorable PS already is here. You need to hear our voices more speaking for parks and prisons to have an extended and maybe bigger budget allocation, because we who have walked the journey with the departments and we know where it pains most. Again, as legal resources, one of the things that has come out here is the whole question of coordinated efforts, but which are informed with needs. In Legal Resources Foundation, we have an institute called Haki Institute, and one of the things we do is actually research and baselines. So through the directions of the blessings of the PS Corrections, and the leadership of the CGP and the Secretary of Probation, would be happy to work with the research team with prisons and also in probation to come up with a quick needs assessment for corrections department, so that then it can inform programming for the partners and the departments when we are doing some multi-agency kind of work in that particular sector. And then lastly, our commitment towards this, I would probably put it with a question I've always put. I always asked prison officers, what is your core mandate? And they always say, urekebishaji na haki, rehabilitation and haki. And I always ask, how many prison officers, how many ex-inmates have actually been recruited within the prisons department? For sure, we do rehabilitation. None. If there is any, I should know. But when it's the story of the doctor from veterinary services, was a true story that they can actually have ex-inmates absorbed as we are talking about markets and employability, because he's now working in the ministry, he's working with the Ministry of Livestock as a veterinary doctor. And this, why prisons haven't recruited anyone from their product, partly is because of the certificate of good conduct. And this was extensively spoken to on Wednesday, yesterday, and partly today. And the Deputy President actually gave a suggestion and said he would want to see the regime of fingerprints and certificates of clearance of good conduct changing, so that we can be able to also, as stakeholders and as government, try to give a positive arm to our brothers and sisters. With that, Madam PS, what we commit is that if and when you give directions to forming a committee that is going to speak to the fingerprint regime, out of our work in prisons and probations, we have actually done some work around that, and we'll be willing to support in terms of advising on our experience when it comes to directing the new regime in terms of fingerprints and certificate of good conduct. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A little patience. Now we have Alan Lake Zone Limited. Are we present? Alfan? SF? Alfan? Karibu sana mwenzangu. Your commitment. No, we have a beautiful girl here, and we have exposed her for the last 2 days. And the groom came accompanied, and we were told there was a whisper that they saw you walking behind the groom's man as he was.
Hi everybody. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, I was just confirming. All protocol observed. Businessmen and business ladies, these days I was told you have to say ladies and gentlemen, I suppose I'm out of here. Habari zenu. My name is Alpha Lirango, as you heard. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a businessman in Nairobi. I decided that today I have to attend this function. I was supposed to be here on 22nd, but I missed my flight from where I was coming from, but finally nilifika. My commitment to you is I don't want to, I think we had gone to we went to committee the other day and we did a few things there. And we had agreed probably we would meet with part of your team so that we discuss the needs that are in prisons. Because it would be a bit unrealistic for me to give a commitment, and we can do a need-driven commitment basis. So that I had the dormitories that are supposed to be put up, the police houses. We needed mattress in the prisons. We need so much, but I'll sit down with your team in various segments, and then we'll see what we can provide. And I will also bring other stakeholders from supermarkets and all those people, everyone, so that we'll walk this journey. Tumeanza na tutamaliza pamoja, si sawa? And then to all my brothers who are taking charge in prisons, you're doing a good job, and we've seen your fruits. When we've worked in prisons, tumeona watu wamekuwa corrected, they also fear God. So the other time I told them they are the Davids. Unajua ile story ya David kwa Biblia? He went in the wilderness, mandugu zake walimtupa for some time, he went to prison, and then after that he interpreted the king's dreams. Ni kweli? Na baadaye he sat on the throne. Joseph, anaitwa Yusuf. Thank you so much. Unaona watu wa Jalala.
Jalala, asante sana.
So I just want to remind you one thing today. When you're looking at that inmate, when you're talking to that inmate, when you're treating that inmate, remember he's a Joseph of tomorrow. My mind will interpret a dream. So always look at them in a godly way, because let us be positive always. You don't know what they will do tomorrow, where you will be tomorrow. They also have an opportunity to run for office. And if they decide to run for office one day, one time, we will vote for them because they're the ones who know how to deal with these people out here. I'm serious. So we will support you. So support us, support you, support the inmates. God bless everyone. Asante sana.
Thank you. Thank you. We have a roundtable conference in January. You'll get an invite. Be sure of that. Thank you. Now, there is ABSA. And you know what ABSA means? How many are excited that ABSA is here and they've walked with us this journey? If you just turn around the room, you see something written ABSA? Did you see something written ABSA? The oil that has kept us here for the last 3 days. So let's hear their commitment. Beyond this conference. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, all protocols are observed. My name is Kalisa Sakov. I work with ABSA Bank as an area sales manager. And we are very, very happy to partner with this ministry. For the last 3 days, we have enjoyed being together with you. And on the behalf of the head of sales, I want to just mention 2 things. Number one, our greatest focus is also the youth staff. And as a financial institution and a responsible lender, our main thing is not just to lend to you or to give you money, but also to ensure how you are able to invest that money. Now, as a staff, as you work to get that money, one major thing is how do you manage your personal finances. So as ABSA, we offer personal financial management training, free of charge, where we have partners and we have agreement with the institution. So we want to ask you kindly open your doors for the officers and the rest so that when you get that money, how do you use it? How do you spend it? Where do you invest it? So that when somebody takes a loan or a facility, they don't go and use it, maybe to pay dowry, and then after a few days, they wonder where this money went. So we want to work with you. We want to offer those services. Invite us, we will be there. The last thing that I want to mention, which is very key for every person today, is a house. And we have the government that has given us an opportunity to offer affordable housing, which we are doing at 9.5% interest, which is fixed for the next 9 years. Right now, the market rate is at 15%, but when you get a house from 8 million and below, we will finance. Find it anywhere within the municipality, we will be able to finance you, and you will be home. So we take this opportunity to welcome you once again. Feel free, visit our desk.
It is my humble duty to welcome the brain behind this great event. That none of you believe it has taken us hardly a month to prepare for this. The brain, the dream, the shared vision, the energy, the passion. Let us welcome the State Department of Correctional Services Principal Secretary. Let us all stand, Madam Salome Muya-Biako. Thank you. Thank you. You may be seated. First of all, Commissioner General, Director of Probation and Aftercare, all the Principal Secretaries present, Madam Aurelia Rono, Principal Secretary, Parliamentary Services. Perhaps you could wave at our people. Principal Secretary responsible for roads, huyu ndio mwenye barabara, Honorable Bogwa. And of course, he spoke earlier, Principal Secretary for Petroleum, Honorable Laban. So thank you very much for this function. I'll have my closing remarks when we are closing the kikao officially. But let me just say, first of all, I really and sincerely appreciate the turnout and the commitment to be here for all the 3 days. The reason why I mooted this idea of us having a correctional service week is primarily because I take the view that very many people, especially the public, are not aware of who we are, what we do, and how we do it, and who collaborates with us, and what are the outcomes of the work that we do, and how can we collaborate better, particularly with the state and non-state actors. The reason why the principal secretaries have been coming is because we are one government. I do not work in a silo. I work in collaboration with the others. And one of the outcomes I expect that will come out of this forum is that we will enhance not only collaboration with the non-state actors, the partners, and who have given certain commitments, and which commitments will be encapsulated by the roundtable meeting that we shall have in early next year, God willing, but also to commit that we will work very closely with the state actors, particularly in the area of commitment to Article 43 of the Constitution, which speaks to the Maslow's law hierarchy of needs. And the Maslow's hierarchy of needs speaks to the need for the officers to enjoy dignity whilst they are at work. And when I've been visiting prisons, this is something I've been emphasizing a lot, that the officers need to work in dignity and live in dignity. And to this end, I've already started engaging the
State Department for Housing to see how we can roll out the Presidential Directive on Affordable Housing,
which is one of the 5 pillars of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, and the affordable housing is for the staff. I am very committed
through that endeavor in collaboration with our Cabinet Secretary, whose authority I must obtain. Secondly, we are collaborating with the State Department of ICT. We have identified as a gap the need to scale up. Other players in the justice sector are quite ahead. They are quite ahead in terms of ICT. We need to catch up. We need to roll out our programs throughout the country in terms of connectivity, the fiber optics, the e-filing system, the e-courts, and we are working very closely. Already we have a technical committee which is mapping out what needs there are in all our 135 stations and 145 probation offices. Then the other state department that we will work very closely with is the Ministry of Sports. We have identified, and the chaplain there spoke to the fact that it is very important that we look at the person holistically, both the officer and the inmate, in terms of the mind, body, and soul. And one way of addressing those issues is through sports. And we have been in a conversation with the Ministry of Sports to see how they can help us improve our sports facilities so that more of our officers and the inmates can benefit from them. And that speaks to the creative industry. It is important, it is very important that we improve the creative industry, and that is where the Ministry of Sports comes in. Both the State Department of Sports itself and the State Department of Youth Affairs and the Creative Arts. The other outcome I expect us to have is obviously the roundtable that we will have. And in this roundtable, we will create a database of all our partners throughout the country. That is number one, so that we see what are their specialties. So that, and we see where do they work and where do they want to work. What are their priorities? We shall also have a database of all the skills that we have among our inmates. This way, we are able to link them up with KEPSA and Kenya Association of Manufacturers. That way, when we train, when we reform, when we rehabilitate these inmates, they can be readily employable. And not only employable, they can have actual employment. We're going to create that database. We're also going to create a database of our priorities, because very often it is all jumbled up. We do not know what really are our priorities, and some of those priorities speak to the staff and some of the priorities speak to the inmates. Moving forward, that is something we will actively work on. I hope that moving forward also, we will see if we can have this event annually. We will talk with the technical team. They have indicated to me that it is a very difficult job, and let's clap for them. They have really done a good job. I don't know whether that speaks to our appreciation of the effort they have made, or what. Maybe we can clap better. And maybe you don't know who that technical team comprises of. Perhaps they could stand. The team leader was Humphrey. And of course, the overall team leader was the Secretary Administration. I don't know whether he's here or yes. So thank you very much. We will have a conversation with the partners together with all the officers, and we see whether going forward we can have another function like this next year. And finally, I want to appeal to all of us let us always remember we are here to serve. We are here to give back to society, all of us. And it is true from what we have heard the partners are doing and what the officers are all doing, no one can adequately reward us for the work that we do. But indeed, the God in heaven sees all that we are doing. So let's keep at it. Let us be selfless. Let us keep giving back. Let us keep making effort. Let us keep aspiring to greater excellence. Let us keep aspiring to ensuring that this State Department really is an excellent service provider in the whole of Africa and beyond. That can be done. Why so? Because we are Kenyans. Yeah? We're Kenyans, and this is our business. And we know that among us as Kenyans, we do not think that things are impossible to do. We are creative, we are innovative, we are able to, and we are equal to the task. And with those few remarks, I wish to request that we take a break and then we convene after half an hour more or less. By maybe 1 o'clock, the MC will guide us so that we can come for the official closing of the function. Once again, I want to thank all of you for the function, and you made time to come for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam PS. Pigie makofi anapoondoka hadi atakapokaa chini. Asante kwa wale mmepiga makofi, na kwa wale ambao mjapiga, sasa tunataka tupige makofi. Sasa sawa, nikisema maua mnafanya hivi, tunaangalisha pale, sio kwangu. Maua, hii ni maua, si unaniona? Nikisema mosquito unashika, shika na mkono yote mbili. Nikisema ua unafanya aje? Madam hawa na mosquito net, so wamezoea. So weka maua, 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 mosquito, mosquito, ua. Sasa turudie vizuri, mmeshika. Maua, 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 mosquito, mosquito, ua, ua, ua. Hebu tafadhali tunapongojea maagizo mengine. Thank you so much. Kindly, there is a QR code for feedback, so tafadhali it will be displayed on the screen. Scan it and give us feedback digitally. Kindly.
Yes, I'm requesting humbly that we take only 15 minutes, and I request you to guide the principal secretaries to the Katase room. And in 15 minutes, we all congregate here for the closing ceremony. Kindly, tukae tu, tusimame kidogo. Damu irudi kwa miguu. Asante, and then we come back in 15 minutes. Just this.
Thank you. What shall we do? Sing. What shall we do? Oh, to be success. What shall we do? Victory is the dawn. What shall we do? She knows I said we're now. Such you are now. She knows I said what shall we do? Victory is the dawn. What shall we do? Oh, to be success. What shall we do? Victory is the dawn. What shall we do?
Tunaomba jamani, watu waingie, tunaomba watu waingie, mgeni wetu wako tayari kuingia. Kindly please those who are outside come in. Na kama uko karibu na mtu hapo unasikia vile naongea, tafadhali mkumbushe. Aisha, tusaidie kidogo kuingiza watu ndani. Tafadhali. Tafadhali watu waingie. Tuendelee vizuri. Tunaomba watu waingie tafadhali. Tunaomba watu waingie. Kaili, tuingie tafadhali. Mgeni wa heshima hapo tayari kuingia. Tunaomba watu waingie tafadhali. Tunaomba watu waingie. Tunaomba watu waingie tafadhali. Ash, tusaidie kuingiza watu ndani. Aisha, tafadhali tusaidie. Haya, bidii tuendelee. Yes.
Asante Mandy, Ben Asante. Thank you. May we all settle down? The principal secretaries are on the way down so that we finalize. Those who are still outside, kindly we settle down. We have the closing ceremony. Wale bado tuko nje kwa heshima. Wale bado tuko nje.
Madam Rahab. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I want to appreciate your cooperation. Now, when our chief guests, the PS and other PSs will be getting in, we are going to play the national and East Africa anthem led by the band. So those who are in uniform, you can don your headdress because you will be required to salute. Then from there we have opening prayer for this closing ceremony, and then we go straight to the speeches. So it is a short but very important ceremony to crown all that we have been witnessing here since the day before yesterday. As we wait for our chief guests, I would request that the heavy duty band, you entertain us with the music. Kindly recall the QR code is out there. Scan it. That feedback is important for the next year's function like this. Kindly scan the code and give us the feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we will be required to be upstanding when our guests are coming in. Thank you.
Se
Dance bands, slow down. Kindly let us get ready to be upstanding as our guests get in. Band, you can play music chini kwa chini because the guests I can see they are enjoying some of the products that are there. So much heavy duty, ladies and gentlemen. Let us all be upstanding. Welcome, Madam PS, and
Thank you. We remain upstanding for a word of prayer. Madam Rahab.
Shall we pray? Our dear Heavenly Father, we stand in your holy presence this afternoon. We are thankful and grateful for this day. We are thankful and grateful for the session that we have had this morning. Your presence was with us. Your grace and strength was sufficient for the panelists and even for the delegates. And now, even as we move into the next session, we come with grateful hearts that even this session and the previous one, you have honored the correctional service, the State Department for Correctional Service, even by sending us honorable guests and partners to come and grace this occasion. We are thankful and grateful. As we move into the next session, we commit the session into your hands, that Father, you will guide this closing ceremony. Your presence will also be with us to the very end, to the glory and even to the honor of your name. For this we have prayed, believing and trusting in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen.
Thank you, Madam Rahab. We can receive your mercies. Our chief guest this afternoon, Madam, this closing ceremony for Correctional Service Week. Without wasting time, Madam, allow me to invite the Secretary, Probation and Aftercare Services, Dr. Christine Obondi, to give her remarks.
Our chief guest for the day, our Honorable Principal Secretary is here present. All other protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Allow me at this very juncture, on behalf of Probation and Aftercare Service, which is a key player in the criminal justice system and a key partner within the State Department of Correctional Services, to say we are really grateful and humbled to be part of this great journey. We remain committed to a holistic approach in offender management and upholding public safety, and hence contributing to a correctional service of excellence. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you for the cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Obondi, for that inspiring words. Our chief guest, now allow me to invite the Commissioner General of Prisons to give his remarks, and after that, invite you. Thank you.
Our chief guest this afternoon, the Principal Secretary, State Department for Correctional Services, Madam Salome Biako. All Principal Secretaries present here this afternoon, Secretary Administration, Minister of Interior and Coordination of National Government, Beverly Opora. Our CSO Judge who has been here from day one, Honorable Justice Mutende. Acting Secretary Probation, Dr. Christine Obondi. All our valuable partners who are here this afternoon. Director from the Kenya Prisons Headquarters and the Probation and Aftercare Services Headquarters. The regional commanders and regional probation and aftercare service officers, Kenya Prisons and Probation and Aftercare Services staff, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I wish to express my sincere gratitude to all of you for taking time out of your busy schedule to attend this year's Correctional Service Week. Your presence is an indication of your commitment to what we do as correctional services. I also express my sincere appreciation to the Principal Secretary, State Department for Correctional Services for her exemplary leadership and tireless commitment towards the success of this event. Above all, I want to give thanks to our Almighty for allowing this event to happen. For as it is written in the book of Proverbs, chapter 16, verse 9, we can make our plans, but the Lord determines our steps. Much appreciation also goes to all our invited guests from ministries, departments, and agencies for their valuable support, active participation, and discussions that will further enhance the discharge of our core mandate of rehabilitation and integration of inmates upon completion of their terms of sentence. Feel much appreciated for being part of this noble cause. To our key partners and sponsors gathered here, I thank you all for your valuable partnership and sponsorship that supported the success of this event. We look forward to continue collaborating with you in the days to come as we seek to better our rehabilitation and reintegration programs in the Kenya Prison Service. Finally, I thank all our officers for their commitment and for all the effort put into ensuring success of this event and for the safe containment of our inmates. With those very few remarks, I now welcome the Principal Secretary, State Department for Correctional Services to make her remarks and continue with the rest of the program. Madam PS, please.
Principal Secretary is present, led by the Principal Secretary for Roads, Engineer Mbogwa, and Principal Secretary for Parliamentary Affairs, Madam Aurelia Rono, Brigadier John Warioba, Commissioner General for Prisons, Dr. Christine Obondi, Acting Secretary, Probation and Aftercare, Justice Lilian Mutende, CSO Committee Chair, our Secretary Administration, all regional commanders of KPS, all directors of KPS headquarters, or regional directors of Probation and Aftercare, all staff from KPS, Probation and Aftercare, as well as the general administration and their heads of departments, senior government officials present, all delegates, all our partners, both state and non-state actors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Before I make any comments, I will kindly request Engineer Mbogwa to come and make a few remarks.
Good afternoon, everybody. When you see yourself given a chance and somebody starts aside, it means that you must be brief. Our peers, Correctional Services, our peers, Parliamentary Affairs, the Commissioner General, allow me to ride on the other protocols that have been mentioned. Good afternoon. We are excited. And this is because we know our country is peaceful, because of the effort that you people put in place. Mujipige makofi. Even by not having us in, the scare of coming to your premises in itself is a message. So everybody, when you imagine Kamete prisons, Marajao prisons, Shimoratewa, even seeing it from the road reminds you that you have to be well kept. So we are grateful to God and to your leadership, PS and the CS, and Commissioner General and the whole team for what you are doing for us. Not because you are talking about a holistic reconstruction, or you call it what? Holistic rehabilitation and integration. When I was seated here and everybody was talking about what you can offer, one of our good friends said that he wants a guided support, isn't it? And I thought about the many years I've served the prisons myself as a regional director of roads in your Roiro Prisons Training College. Whenever you had pass outs, Mutua would call me and tell me we need to patch roads within the parade ground, the access to the various facilities. And I thought about whether you could consider roads maintenance contractors. Because they have, some of your inmates have time. We can partner in some of our training institutions. We have an in-house training. Those interested can also go through some of those trainings, and when they move out, they can be potential contractors just as they engage themselves with the other local community. So I thought about that one, and I think PS, we can have a discussion and see whether some of our training institutions can do an in-house. I know you don't want to move out, but we can see what is it, even labor-based activities. Patching a road by labor, isn't it? Just an aspect of knowing which is good gravel. You can have some of them get guided, and they can even rehabilitate some of your access roads within your prisons and also your training institutes, so that you also save on costs. And I think that can go a long way in supporting you. I know because all of us are looking forward for the closing ceremony, I'll leave it to the PS, my counterpart, so that we can look at it and see whether there's a way we can partner for the betterment of yourselves and your inmates. Otherwise, thank you very much. May God bless you.
Opportunities abound. Silvia, tumpigie makofi. I welcome Honorable PS Aurelia Rono to make a few remarks.
Okay, thank you very much, PS, my good friend Salome, for this opportunity you've given me to say hi to the great team. My name is Aurelia Rono. English says Aurelia, but my mom told me it is Aurelia. So I'll go as per my mom's interpretation, right? So I'm Aurelia Rono, PS, the Department for Parliamentary Affairs in the Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary and Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs. I'm so happy to be with you today again, PS. I was with you on, was it Tuesday? Yes, I was with you on Wednesday, yes, when you opened this Correctional Service Week. And I must congratulate the team led by PS, State Department for Correctional Services, for putting this together. I'm told this is an inaugural Correctional Service Week. It has never been done before. Yes, you should have a better clap for yourself. I thought about it and I'm like, this is a very good initiative. It is an initiative to reflect, to look at the challenges that
probably the State Department is going through, to appreciate the good work that the correctional officers are doing, to appreciate the significant contribution of correctional services in terms of societal order. I want to believe that if this State Department wasn't there, there could not be very good order in the society. This is also a State Department or a service that ensures that there is fair and just legal system. So we really appreciate what you're doing, and I congratulate you for coming up with this. Because I want to believe that by the end of this, when you break to go to your working stations, you are going re-energized because you feel you've been heard. I know the resolutions that you are coming up with at the end of this session, the discussions that you've had, are going to bring immense changes in the offices that you are working in. I know PS Salome Muya Biako. She is my very good friend, and I know she's very committed to what she wants to do. I think you guys will really like me. So I have no doubt that whatever you've agreed today, during the 3 days that you've had here, whatever you've discussed, whatever the challenges you've raised, I know that her, together with her team, and together with our bosses, will ensure that it is worked on and it is corrected. It's something that needs to be corrected. It is improved. It's something that needs to be improved. It is initiated if it is a new thing that needs to be done. So congratulations, PS, and congratulations, great team. I'm here. Every time I get an opportunity, I really want to talk about my State Department because this is a new State Department, but very important, very, very important to this country. This is the State Department for Parliamentary Affairs. And this is the State Department that is going to partner with you in terms of legislative initiatives, legislative interventions that you need as a State Department. I've worked with your peers, together with the technical team, I'm sure the team is here today, in terms of the legislation, legislative reforms, policy reforms, and regulatory reforms that we are working on as a Correctional Service Department to ensure that we support the delivery of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda and to ensure that we improve the services that we are offering as correctional services. So I want to pledge our commitment as a State Department that is coordinating legislation across all ministries, departments, and agencies. I want to pledge that we shall work together with your team, led by PS and the Principal Secretary, to ensure that the legislations that you are working on are fast-tracked within the shortest time possible. I am aware of a proposal to amend the Prisons Act, the proposal to also amend the Probation of Offenders Act, and a number of proposals that you have. We are together in that. We are going to work together in collaboration. We appreciate what the President taught us and the principle that this administration has. It is the whole of government approach. We've got to work together as a government to ensure that we deliver. Let me put it this way. We effectively and efficiently deliver. When we bring efficiency, we talk of resources and time, right? So one of government approach is an approach that will help us to effectively and efficiently deliver as a government. So we shall work together. I've said we are coordinating legislative initiatives across all MPAs, and we also liaising with Parliament in matters legislation, in matters policies, in matters regulations, in matters treaties, and in matters resolutions that are approved by Parliament and they are required to be implemented by the executive. So I want to wish you all the best. I believe that you are going back so energized. You are energized to deliver. This is, I was seated there and I was speaking about what you are going through. Being or working in a state department called Correctional Services. I want to, in my thinking, I think this is not a very easy job because you are dealing with people, some people are very dangerous that you are dealing with, and therefore it really calls for passion and it calls for, not everyone can do it. So I really want to congratulate you for what you are doing and to reiterate what PS had said earlier. The service that you're doing for God. God will just bless you because even if you are paid how, then it is not equivalent to what you do, the sacrifice that you do, and the risk that you take. May God really, really bless you. Thank you so, so much. When you go home, go safely. Tutakutana kwingine. Asante sana.
By the Treasury, all of us PSs to work together, to collaborate with one another. And that is something during the retreat His Excellency, the President has emphasized, that we must help one another. I was not aware that we could actually plug in.
Then now, because for us to work efficiently and effectively, we need proper legislation that speaks to the current circumstances that we are.
That legislation, the amendments
to go through Parliament, si tumefurahi pia.
Tuwapigie makofi. And the other day, PS of Asal, actually, he told me we want relief food. He's happy to give it to us. So, and I think that is great. And PS cooperatives also came and gave us a few ideas on how to improve our saving culture in financial management, and that is the way to go. Tuwapigieni makofi. PSs, I commit, I will work together with you as well as all the other 49 or so PSs, so that using the one government approach, I really plug into every aspect that the State Department for Correctional Services can benefit from. I commit to this State Department that whilst I am the PS for this department, I will make sure that we have great milestones. I bring you apologies from the CS. He was committed and he is therefore not able to join us. And on his behalf, I will now proceed to give my speech and thereafter mark the Correctional Service Week officially closed. From the onset, I wish to take this opportunity to thank all of you as our invitation to the inaugural Service Week conference and for your presence here today as a demonstration of your commitment towards effective management of correctional services in the country. The theme of this conference and exhibition is promoting holistic rehabilitation and reintegration approaches for sustainability and economic growth. The theme makes reference to the Constitution of Kenya 2020, our legal mandate, and more importantly, the Kenya Kwanza bottom-up transformation agenda, as well as the national and international blueprints. The theme underscores our firm belief that rehabilitation and reintegration are not merely one-dimensional processes, but rather multifaceted endeavors. Allow me to highlight a few achievements as a State Department under the leadership of His Excellency, the President of this Republic, Dr. William Samoei Ruto. We pride ourselves as a State Department in being part of the government's commitment to increase the forest cover in the country, as this remains the cornerstone of preserving our nation from environmental degradation. We have a target to raise 1 million tree seedlings annually and to plant 1 billion trees in the next, to raise 1 billion tree seedlings in the next 10 years and to plant 1 million tree seedlings annually in all our correctional facilities. I am happy to report that during the National Tree Planting Day alone, we managed to plant over 650,000 trees to the beginning of it. I want to believe that we were one of the top players in planting trees on that day. Additionally, the entire State Department has to date planted over 2,150,000 tree seedlings. I'm waiting for a clap. I really appreciate the effort of all of us. Currently, we are seeding 6,200 kilos of seeds given to us by Kefri, and to meet our target of 100 million tree seedlings by the end of 31st December 2023. We have also endeavored to enhance our productivity by increasing the acreage under agriculture and livestock production as we move towards being food self-sufficient. The department has equally embarked on upgrading the 106 prison industries countrywide to enhance the level of production and training of our inmates as we prepare them for release to the community. The department has also put emphasis on education as a tool for rehabilitating inmates in the correctional institutions. To realize this, the department has distributed learning and instructional materials to our schools and postal institutions, as well as our probation hostels, and we are glad that we have offenders who are very passionate about furthering their education whilst in prison. The department has also rolled out wellness programs in institutions across the country to help addressing mental health concerns among our staff and inmates, just but to mention a few of our significant accomplishments. In addition to that, we have constituted a technical task force to look into the housing needs of our officers, and the state technical the state task force has already completed its initial report, which has been now forwarded to the relevant authorities for approval, so that we can roll out the construction of the houses for our staff. In addition to that, we have formed a task force in the ICT sector, which comprises technical staff from our State Department in conjunction with ICT technical staff from the ICT State Department, as well as CONSA, with a view to improving our ICT sector, particularly in the prisons, in the probation offices, and at the headquarters, so that we can increase and improve delivery of justice and delivery of our work. At this juncture, I also wish to take opportunity to thank all the delegates for taking part in this transformative 3-day conference. Over the 3 days, we have delved into crucial discussions, shared innovative ideas, and fostered collaborations that are essential for the advancement of our mission to promote a just and secure society through efficient and effective management of offenders and administration of justice. As we close this conference, it is imperative that we carry forward the momentum generated from this forum. The knowledge exchanged, the partnerships formed, and the insights gained should serve as a catalyst for real change within our correctional facilities. I urge each one of the participants to take lessons learned during this interaction to their respective roles and organizations. Let us implement evidence-based practices, advocate for necessary policy changes, and work collaboratively to build a correctional system that truly serves its purpose. The success stories we create within our institutions will echo far beyond the prison walls, shaping a brighter future for our communities. I extend my gratitude to all the speakers, participants, and organizers who have made this conference a success. Your dedication to the cause of holistic rehabilitation is inspiring, and I am confident that together we will achieve meaningful change. It is always my clarion call that together we go further, we move faster, and we achieve more. Together, we shall conquer all the challenges that we face in our State Department. Let this conference be a stepping stone towards a more compassionate, effective, and sustainable correctional system, promoting not only justice, but also the holistic well-being of those under our care. In conclusion, I wish to thank our very valuable partners, Petroleum, Absa Bank, Pharmaxis, International Development Law Organization, ZTEC University, Magereza Sacco, Probation Sacco, Strathmore University, UNODC, East Africa, Raoul Wallenberg Institute, Nafisika Trust, Lake Zone Limited, and Kenya National Association of Probation Officers, as well as ALFAN, most sincerely for augmenting the resources that we had as a State Department to organize this event. I wish to request all of us to always remember we are Kenyans and Kenya is our business. It is our responsibility to improve the country, to take it to the next level. And each one, our work, the work of each one of us, your work, my work, no matter how small it may be, is like that pebble dropped in a pond that creates one ripple and another and another and another, so that Kenya can achieve the greatness it deserves, so that we can move to the next level, so that we can bring all people to the next level and that no one is left behind. We must always remember, each one of us, where God has placed us is not by accident. Where God has placed us is an opportunity for us to create a legacy thereafter, for as long as God wants us to remain in that space. And whatever you do, whether it is cleaning a toilet or writing policy papers at my level, it is invaluable work. And God does not look at our work depending on your level in society. Every honest and proper work is equally important in the eyes of God. And that's why maybe when we go to the next world, we will be very surprised to find that there are more cleaners, there are more janitors, there are more watchmen than there are politicians and CEOs. We must never underrate the work that God has given us to do. It is that work that we can sanctify and make holy so that it is like the sacrifice of Abel. It is what fulfills us. It is what we turn to prayer. And when you work and I work well, together our work transforms so that the next generation will not need to struggle. And with this, I remember one, I'll give a small story of something I saw one day when I traveled to Italy. In the 1950s, as you're aware, after the World War II, Italy was decimated. It had been run down completely because of the Allies bombs, the bombs that were dropped there. And when Italy came back up again, one of the things that inspired them to rebuild their country was their sense of nationalism. And in the north of Italy, in Milano, there is a very large lake called Lake Como. To get to Lake Como, you have to go over a mountain, and it's a very large mountain. And so, in the spirit of nationalism, the engineers came together and thought through it and said, how can we get to Lake Como? Because Lake Como is an amazing tourist site. And what did they do? Because they worked together, put their resources together, had a sense of nationalism, a sense of patriotism, a sense of putting the country first, a sense of always saying, what more can I give to my society? They dug a tunnel through the mountain. So Como is one of the places where most celebrities, many celebrities have built houses. Consequently, it is one of the foremost tourist spots in the north of Italy. How do you get there? Through the mountain. And the lesson we learned from that, us as Kenyans, is number one, we need to step up our level of patriotism. We need to complain less. We need to criticize less. We need to find fault less. Equity and equitability. But we shall also be voted as one of the happiest nations on earth. That is my dream. And good people, just as His Excellency keeps insisting, we can do this. You and I can do this. Your little effort, my little effort, that person's little effort combined. And that is why we thought as a team, we bring together our partners. We create harmony, we synchronize our operations for effectiveness and efficiency. Our collective effort can take us to the next level. We can do this. More than any other time in our history, we have the highest number of learned people, most educated and most experienced, and having an enormous diversity of skills. Why don't we bring it together? Why don't we harmonize that effort? Why don't we build this country? Because it is our responsibility. It is not by accident that you're a Kenyan. It is not by accident that I am Kenyan. And it is not by accident that in this day and time, you are in this generation. Our role in this generation is to make a difference, and we can do this. Let us start with this department of ours. Why wouldn't the next generation that comes say that generation of 2023 was the best generation in the State Department for Correctional Services? They were transformative. They were people of excellence. They were innovative. They were changers. They were game changers. And we can do this. We don't need to fight. Very often we think we need to fight. We don't. We can work together for the greater good. Because ultimately, what we do, no matter how small it is, no matter how big it is for the greater good, for the greater common good, and for the glory of God. And with those few words, I ask the Lord to bless the work of your hands. May He guide you, may He protect you, may He always watch over you, so that our work may be pleasing in His sight. That our work may be always pleasing in His sight. And so that hopefully, God willing, when we come back next year for another Correctional Service Week, we will say collectively, we have moved a notch higher. We have advanced. We are better. We have gone further. We have gone faster. With those few remarks, I now officially declare this conference as closed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam. We can resume our seats. Tumepiga makofi, lakini lazima tutapiga ya mwisho, sio? Jamani, hii sasa ni makofi ya kila mtu kujipongeza na kupongeza Madam PS na PS wote wenye wako hapa. Makofi peke yake isikike, sio kitu kingine. So utafuata tu hii kidole kwa kupiga makofi. Na naomba tu makofi peke yake isikike. Sawa sawa. Atengeneza mkono. Haya, fuata hii kidole. Twende kazi. Nani apate kidole? Thank you so much. Before I call upon Reverend Wabugu to close with the word of prayer, I request Secretary Administration to make a few announcements. Thank you. To begin my coffee, Secretary Administration for
Najua mtanisikia. Hata nisipotumia microphone. After this, we are all welcome for lunch. PSS, we are welcome for lunch at Savo. And the order of leaving the hall is we'll allow the principal secretaries and the people seated in front to exit first, followed by the directors, and then we'll move on as we continue. We are all welcome for lunch. Karibu sana.
Thank you, sir. Now, Reverend Wabugu to close for us the word of prayer. Then finally, we'll have our national anthem. Very good, Reverend.
Thank you very much. Let us pray. Almighty God, we praise and honor you for the successful culmination of Correctional Service Week. We thank you, Lord, for the opportunity to serve this nation and beyond in our various capacities. How we pray, dear Lord, that we may accomplish the good work that you have begun in each one of us for your own glory. We remain grateful to God for his guidance during the 3 days conference, and pray from God's continued grace to realize the promotion of holistic rehabilitation and integration processes to the best of our abilities. As we come to the end of the Correctional Service Week, we remain indebted for the milestone successes, knowledge and skills acquired that will go a long way in helping address million challenges faced in executing of the duties. We pray for sustainable growth and success. Bless the PS, the convener of this conference, and other PSs present. Bless the esteemed facilitators and valuable stakeholders. Bless the Kenya Prison Fraternity and the probation and aftercare services. We pray and bless the beneficiaries and all participants, and pray that our consultant and collective responsibility enhance self-delivery to the current and future generations. As we adjourn, send us, Lord, with your grace, journeying mercies, and abundance of blessings. And as we partake our large meal of fellowship prepared for us by the PS, Lord, we pray that we may receive it with thanksgiving. This humble prayer in the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you.
We all rise for the national anthem. Thank you. So we follow the orders as it was given by Secretary Administration. And we have a phone here. It's a lost and found phone. Kindly, if you have lost your phone, you can visit the announcing table here. So as it was announced, encouraged and then directors and invited will follow. Yes. The rest you can inform.
Sisi,